Hello, everybody. This is Klowns Cryptids Paranormal Investigations. Starting up our second episode for tonight. Uh, we'll start this one out with something from All Things Paranormal Leslie. He be the number one we're going to show for tonight. Let's hope y'all are having a good time. And hope you enjoyed watching the Venomous Fringe there earlier. They had a premiere. Hello, Hensley. Hello, Lemon Werber. All right, that's enough. Let's go back down a tad. All righty, what's happening? All righty. Yeah, bro. Venomous Fringe, they cool as hell. Oh, man. Well, hell. I'm just not. What happened, Super Night? Hello there, evil. Ooh, what's happening? Hello, Penguin. Hello, Beyond. Bad. Ooh. Yep. I just found out about that one, bro. I didn't know he was going to do that one now. I'm sitting there going, bro, I then started it up to live and got word from Leslie he started it in its own. And I don't know, should we shut the live stream down and go over there to Tony? Or, hey, JBD, how you doing, Super Night? Oh, well. Dang it, I wish like hell I knew he was doing that one first. All righty. All right there, beyond the veil. I see y'all. I'm gonna run one of y'all's real quick. Then the second one I'm gonna run is actually what I need to do is do like I said on my format, do all things paranormal Leslie. And then right after that, I'm fixed to run one for Beyond the Veil. Have to keep my word. I didn't know y'all was coming, Beyond. I'd have sit there and schedule this and run it there for y'all first. So we're gonna run one for Beyond the Veil next. All right, here we go. A onesie. There we go. This is Hey, here one of my favorites. Gotta get it all booted up. All right, StreamYard. Hang out with us there. All right, let's see. Get this party started. Let's see here. I'm gonna drop the link in the channel. Hope everybody will check out all things Paranormal Leslie. Let's see something. I got showing the wrong here. I just, pardon me, we're having a technical difficulty there. My game plan got thrown off, and I saw that Tony Source was running a live at the same time.
So we're out here filming in the woods tonight, and I want to bring Sam out to a place that I grew up in. We have 4 different nature trails in the back of Gene Lafitte. This is the nature trail I will not go on, and I'll tell you why. So, Sam, what are you picking up out here?
Nothing good. Heavy. Like a woman. Is there a murder out here?
Yes?
He's getting these sharp and like almost breaking heart.
Where?
My hand. And then my knee. But mostly it's like right here, and I feel like I can't breathe.
Who was murdered?
A woman. Can't see her being that old though.
She wasn't old.
But she was older than us.
Yep. So there's a reason that I brought Sam on this trail. You ready to hear a story? Story time. Back in the day when I was a kid, my dad and his sister both told me at 2 separate times this ghost story that a man walked in on his wife cheating on him. So he went into the house with between the washing machine and the wall and he shot himself, blew out his brains. A couple months later, my dad and his sister and some friends, they were walking down what we call Dead Man's Curve. Now this is the actual nature trail. This isn't Dead Man's Curve. And they saw a car parked on the side of the road. And they're like, the kids of the mother's deceased husband, that was the mother's car. Say, hey, this looks like mom's car. They thought maybe she got robbed or that she had car trouble or something was wrong. But the headlights were on, the car door was open. She couldn't have gotten robbed because the keys were in the ignition and her purse was on the side of the seat. So everything was where it was supposed to be. They decided to walk into the trail. Maybe she went for a walk trying to find help for something. Maybe something flew in front of the car and she went to go see what it was. So they walked on the trail, and at this time, they didn't have any cell phones. They only had flashlights. So walking a little further into the woods, they come across this finger with a ring, a wedding ring. Hey, this looks like mom's ring finger. This looks like her wedding ring. They walked a little further, they found an arm. They walked a little further, they found a leg. There was this tree that went over the trail. There was a tree branch. See, there's the trail, tree branch hanging right over the trail. This big black thing comes swooshing whoosh, out of nowhere, lands on top of the tree branch, and says in a deep, dark voice, "Don't go any closer." The kids, of course, and my dad, they all ran as quickly as they could, as fast as they could, all the way to the house. They called the police. The police came out to the trail, and they found where the tree branch was, and they saw the big black thing that said, "Don't come any closer." A few feet further was the mom's head chopped off. The police did, however, recover all of the body parts, but could not find the axe. It was a mystery. The kids believed it was the father that came back from the dead and killed the wife. Now, we don't know as a kid if it was a ghost story, from your parents to try and scare you, or if it really happened. This is my little ghost hunter in the training. We're bringing him out tonight for his very first ghost hunt. He's been asking me for a couple of years now. We decided to bring him locally and check out this legend and see if it's real or not.
What happened?
We don't know what happened. We were hoping you could tell us what happened. Is the story true out here, like the lady being chopped up? Is the big black thing that chopped up the lady out here with us? Would you like to speak to us? I'm 30.
So maybe you're younger. So it could have been younger.
Why did you kill the lady?
I don't.
I know you're here. We saw you last night. We are here to help. All you have to do is tell us your story. Sam's sitting here all alone.
Is there anything you would like to say to me?
This is Echo Power.
I knew, and that sounded like a kid.
What's behind me?
Uh,
That was the same wood. You know. Is there a demon following me?
Let's go walk around with the millimeter and see. So,
Murder. It just said murder.
was it this trail?
Was a murder down here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to go down here?
It feels cooler down here.
No.
Why not? How come you don't want us to come down here? Now is your chance to tell us your story.
Body?
Go for it.
Well, we don't know what for. That's right. What's right?
This is the actual trail. I bet you it happens up here. Because that's where I never want to go. What did you just say? Can you repeat it? It's dangerous.
Yeah. What's dangerous?
We know about the snakes and the alligators.
Wait. That was a female.
Did a big black thing kill you? Was he your ex-husband? No, me was fighting.
Which way? That way?
Is this the trail where everything happened? That's a wolf spider. Okay. The ghost box just said it's haunted.
Yes. It was like 2 something.
This way.
Yeah. I don't want to go. Well,
We heard that voice. We know that was a deeper, darker voice.
go back. A female.
We're here for you to tell us your story. This is it. I'm telling you, this is it. It was back by the nature trail, but it wasn't exactly on the nature trail. It's where it happened. Back here. Help us to help you. Sam, it was back there. It's back that way. We're back there.
No.
Come on, we're coming back in the daytime because
Yeah.
I have my son.
And a female voice just like good.
Oh,
Yeah.
we know. Okay, run. What, baby? What does your millimeter say? Still zeros?
Just send it again.
Did you say Sam's name?
Said, hi, Sam. Friday? Today is Friday.
Oh my God.
Who's talking to me? Can you repeat that? No. Why do you want us to leave so bad?
It happened back there where we just left, didn't it? Don't be afraid to communicate or even show yourself.
Hurry.
Why?
For talking with us. And hopefully we get to actually hear your story the next time we come out here.
Alrighty. That was All Things Paranormal Leslie. Hey, she has a really, really awesome channel. Hell, we all got pretty good channels. But, hey, see. So right now, I'm fixing to move over to share out Beyond the Veil. Try to help them with some. Right now, I'm in Twitter shouting out Tony Source's channel there. I'm gonna drop the link in here. I'm gonna drop it in the chat too. Okay, let's check out old Tony there. He's a really good guy. Really is. First, I gotta take care of that, and I'm gonna bring if we can help out. Hello, Allie. You ain't boring, JBD. You got so many damn different diverse subjects or topics in your videos there, nobody could get boring. If anybody hadn't checked out Tony's channel there, I sure wish you good. Tony's one hell of a nice guy. All righty. That's back to where we was at. All right, let's see. Let's get down to brass tacks. Let's see. Beyond the veil, here we come. Videos. All righty. Let's go with, let's see, StreamYard. Once again, I want to thank everybody for showing up. I love the family. Don't matter if you're cryptid or like just the cryptid or you like just the paranormal. We all family. Hope we can all work together, help each other's channels grow. Because you get right down to it there, we all awesome.
I just heard you say something. What's your name? We just heard you.
Once I stepped out, did you want me away from your bed?
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Can I turn a little closer up?
I hear so much noise. I'm hearing voices. I'm hearing all kinds of crazy shit.
Sorry.
I apologize.
Feels really funny in here. Okay, we're in a random room on the second floor
Of the Civil War wing.
the Civil War wing. We live here earlier and we're getting some voices, so it's very cold in here. I apologize if I'm shivering. Okay, I'm gonna put the JBL on. Hi, I can hear you. What's your name? Hi. Does anybody want to come talk to me? Can you say hi? Oh my goodness. We don't need any good secrets at all. had the chills after that. If you have a message maybe that you want to give to somebody, I had the chills with that. Thank you so much for coming and talking to me. Can you tell me your name? Your heart was like really, really good. Was this your room? Can you tell me why you were here? How old are you? Were you a patient here? How old are you? I can hear you. You can come up to my red light and I can hear anything you have to say. I'm getting super cold. So I'm like, I'm getting colder. Right here. I'm like, put a bone on the bed. Do you like that we come to talk to you? Take care. Did they take it? Did they take good care of you here? Remember? How many people are in here with us? Can you tell me, were you a patient or did you work here? Did you work? Did you work? Hi, I hear you. What's your name? I'm so good. I'm Thank you so much for talking to me. So were you injured in the war? Is that why you were here? Did the nurses take good care of you? There's something dead. Are you over here by the bed? Are you over here? You don't have to be afraid to talk to us. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you talking to me. I'm getting really cold again. Like my phone. It's really cold over here. Like really. Like I'm sick. Are you buying me? Did you have a family? That was creepy as hell. Thank you so much for letting me ask you some questions. I really appreciate it. I'm going to try some easy things without all this much. See if you like that, okay? You want me to turn your spirit box off? No, I can't see. All right, I turned off the loud noise and see if maybe it's me moving. You want to just talk to us in the recorder without all the noise?
That was a very intense spirit box.
It was. I was creeped out. Can you tell me what your name is? I'd really like to know your name. I would, yeah, I thought that was you.
No, and you didn't move. came from right over there. I thought I just saw something.
I would love to know your name.
When I point the infrared at the other infrared, it flashes. I thought I just heard something.
I thought I
over
did
here.
too.
Something over here.
So, did you die here from your injuries?
Why are moving? Why are moving?
Be adjusting. Can you tell me the name of one of the people who took care of you?
That was me. I don't know what that was.
I heard that.
Just to show you guys. For your portrait. The door is closed. That's the door.
We moving.
So there's no outside contamination.
What's your last name?
Stomach. Or
Did you have any children? I just heard.
I heard something.
Do you like that people come to visit and talk to you? You mentioned the bed earlier. Are you adjusting? Are you over here by the bed? Are you moving? Well, I want to thank you for allowing us to come into your room and talk to you. I just heard something over here. Over here. Was Daddy adjusting?
There's my foot in
Okay, well, we're gonna, how long have we been in here?
21 minutes.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for, talking to us through the spirit box, and hopefully, do the recorder, and I just want to tell you we really appreciate it.
All righty, y'all. Yeah, that's Gypsy Road that's in here. Gypsy Road. He has a stream in the daytime. Gypsy Road is a really good I don't have a link for his channel, but on Twitter, you can find him at Gypsy Road HDW. But y'all can there give Gypsy Road a follow on Twitter and find out about his show. So y'all can there check out Gypsy Road, bro. Him and his brother, they really, really sweet, good people, bro. We're gonna be on live here for a minute there. I'm in one of my moods. I might run for 10 hours. I'll stop running a live stream when I keel over dead. By God. All righty. Super night. You there? I know how to do this. Yep, I'm looking for somebody to play one of their videos. I don't want me to play one of your videos there, Super Night? Because I can't play it unless you say I can. Ooh. Oh, I know. Well, why waiting on Gypsy Super to think it over? He probably gonna be shy. I'm not saying not want me to, because he wants everybody else to get help besides himself. Super nice, really nice guy. And you ask him about helping him, and he's like, "Oh, well, help somebody else." He's shy. He's a good guy. That corona mess was going on in Tennessee. They had tornadoes. He's out there in the middle of all that, help volunteer to help you clean up. So y'all can there, please check out Super Night PTV on YouTube. Go by, show him some love like I love him. He's a bro. Super Night's one of a kind. We done ganged up and loved on you, Super Night. Now go hide under your bed and be embarrassed. Oh, Super Night is one of the nicest people I've ever met. You know, see what I'm saying? Look at there. I'm ready helping out people with other people with their channels. I told you. I knew it. I'm psychotic. By God. I've got ESPN. All righty. Allie, want me to play your new video you just shot tonight? Oh, my God. It well, hell, Allie, you got mods. I ain't got hold of you on. Yep, and you can see. I don't have your There's David Wingman. By God, I tell you what, Allie, you're not on Twitter, and I can't pull you up on Twitter to play your video. But I'll tell you what I can do. You got mod. Allie said you got mods. Drop your new video in there. You drop your link for your new video, and I'll play that sucker for you. By God. Here we got David Wingman in the house. Oh, y'all got mods. Drop the links. Hey, let's get y'all's channel some love. I want to drop your link in there. The little wrench you got by your name there. That's for moderator, Allie. Hello there, David. Go to your YouTube channel there, Allie. All right, look, Allie, go to your YouTube channel. Go to studio, to your video. You get the link off each has URL, you copy, you paste it, you bring your bad self back here, drop it in the link so I can play that video for you. That's it, by God. Oh, oh. When you drop that link there, you hadn't added me to Twitter yet, and I'm having problems with Twitter. Paranormal Leslie telling me her damn Twitter's not wanting to act right either. Said they're trying to send messages out, they're not sending. Oh. Yep. I know this is the first of the stream. People usually do shout outs on their channels, but I want to give thanks out to all the truck drivers that's out in the middle of all this crap, delivering medical supplies, groceries, and peanut butter. By God, we'll give a thanks shout out and a thanks for all the 911 responders, police, ambulance, paramedic crews, EMTs, doctors, nurses, servicemen, the kind of people that put it on the line every day and don't get enough thanks, in my opinion. All righty. Yep, here we go. Hey, JBD took care of that. I'm not seeing videos. There we go. All right, we're going to run one out there before Ali G. So that I can sort through all this. Here we go. This and all the interest, y'all. Hey, Ali out there looking around for the Dogman around her house again. Yep, let's get this party started. Thanks so much, JBD.
Okay, guys. I'm in the back. Last time I heard some dogs. I heard a howling sound from afar, and it started getting closer. And it sure heck was not a coyote, I can tell you that. It was very deep. Okay, guys, it's snowing or it's raining? I think it might be snowing. Wow. It smells kind of weird out here. Okay, guys, I'm gonna check the front to see if there's anything around. Okay, I don't see anything back here right now. It's quiet now. Uh-oh. Hello? Is anyone out here? Shit, I thought I seen some eyes. God, I hope not. I don't have any weapons with me right now, guys. The only weapon I have is my phone and the flashlight. Okay, I'm gonna go in the front. Sorry about the light, guys. I have a light on in the front. I couldn't find the other flashlight that was brighter than the one that I have right now. Okay, in the front now. I'm going. It's a little bit quiet over here too. Seems a little bit more peaceful. Oh shit. Oh shit. Sorry guys. I could have sworn I just seen two big bright eyes way out far. And it just disappeared. Okay, I don't know if that's a good. And it sure heck was not a light. Okay. That's not good. And whatever I saw was tall. If it would have been a coyote thing, it would have been on the bottom, right guys? On the 4 feet, you know what I mean? This thing looked like it was standing. Okay, I'm gonna go through the back again. I know you guys probably think I'm crazy. I'll leave G out here by herself. You know, guys, I'm so used to doing stuff by myself. But I gotta tell you, one time I came out here, way out here by myself, around 1 o'clock in the morning, because I heard noises and I didn't have my phone on, or did I have anything? Walked out here and I started smelling flesh and blood, or more like meat, you know what I mean? It was crazy. Okay. I don't want to go on that other side because I have the cameras there. I don't want them to take pictures of me. You know, the whole point is to take pictures of whatever's out here, right? Hello? I can't believe it's cold. It was so hot earlier. It just got so cold all of a sudden. It's snowing, guys. Can you believe that? It's snowing. Hello? I know I sound crazy saying that, but maybe by saying that, something will come up. Never know. Shoot, I thought I just heard something out there. I got quiet all of a sudden. Other than the crickets. I'm sorry, guys. I just heard something running. What was that? Hello? I just heard her talk from afar, though. Not around here, though. Not what I'm hearing. Wow, I can't believe it's cold, guys. I don't think winter's over with. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to swear on my channel. I'll be honest with you guys. Every time I hear a dog bark, it's because something's out here. And usually, 100%, it's because there's something out here. Hello? I don't want to get too close, guys. I did hear something, and I don't want it to trap me, and all of a sudden it ends up getting me. I don't know what it is. And I did see two glowing eyes, or at least that's what it looked like from afar, from the front when I looked in that direction. Then it just disappeared. And this thing was, I mean, it looked like it was standing on its hind legs or something, because if it would have been on 4 feet, he would have seen it on the ground, you know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna stand here, guys, for a couple of seconds.
There we go. Hey, we love you too, Leslie. Absolutely. Y'all get. I want to say thanks to everybody that showed up, bro. Love you one and all. Hope that anybody just tuning in, hit the like button, share button, subscribe. We. Uh, all right. We. You have the other part too. Drop it. Oh, I shelled out that so quick. I'm not. I don't have the link. Ooh. If you drop a link to your YouTube channel there, Ali, I'll go back and play that other part for you. I don't have you on. Where is JB? No, I'm thinking of so many things at one time there, Ryan. There's so many awesome people in here. I want to set place videos and help out, and I'm afraid there I'm gonna forget somebody, or maybe somebody will be mad at me. He, I'm just silly that way. I won't hurt nobody's feelings. Let's see. So I'll play one for Leslie, play one for Beyond, Ali G. Okay, there, Ali. When you get it up there, uh, I'll definitely play it for you. And since we love you too, there, K-pop. Do 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 do. I have K-pop close to 1,000 subs. I mean, not K-pop, JBD. I'm having a blonde moment here. Ever seen a blonde clown before? It ain't a pretty sight, by God. Oh, all right. Since YouTube changed it around, can't click on channels anymore. I'm in the stream, so I'm having to rely on Twitter, and Twitter been acting funny. Y'all sit there and DM me the Clown Media on Twitter, and I could turn around from there and be able to play your videos out easier. All right.
That's what I was saying. Must be a bat or a bat thing or a doom thing. birds. There's water from all the type of little birds. Habitat for them.
That's a good one.
Could be buzzards, roaches. Yeah. Oh, heck, we gotta repair the pond. Probably looks like oh, wait,
All righty. There we go. Yeah, bro, JBD's a savage. Well, into all of that to get out and do a damn investigation. Show off several cemeteries in one day out there walking through mud and briar and brambles. Where they was at, they didn't have any cell phone service. They'd had a breakdown. It had like a 3 mile walk. Not good. Ooh, all righty. Brian or Ron, I didn't see that link for Ali G's. Okay, I see it now. I see it. I've been scrolling around. I'm about to lose my mind looking for part 2 for Ali. Whee. All righty. Yep, here we go.
It smells kind of weird out here. Light went off. Did you hear that? What the heck was that? Dude, that sounded like a crazy sound. Get closer. I ain't talking about the water. And it ain't that car that I heard just now. I'll be honest with you guys, about a year ago, I was out here smoking a cigarette and I heard a scream really loud. It was around 1:30 in the morning. I'm not kidding you. It was quiet just like this, and all of a sudden, the scream just came up. That was crazy. I have no idea what it was, but that is like the most. Oh shit. I feel like someone's looking at me, guys. I don't know here. Now I'm starting to feel like there's something out here. Like really out here. Oh my gosh. Hello? What the heck was that? I heard a growl. I don't know if you guys heard that, but I heard a growl. Sorry for my language, guys. I don't like to swear, not on this channel. Oh, great. Now it's raining. Hello? Is anybody out here? Okay, guys. I think I'm gonna go back in now. It's raining hard. I don't have anything to protect my phone, otherwise it's gonna end up dying out. Okay. You guys take care. Love you guys. Thank you so much for watching my channel and subscribing. Be sure to check out everyone else. I'll put a link down on the bottom of my my channel. You guys can go ahead and check those guys out. I'm gonna go right back in because it's raining really hard now and I don't want my phone to die out. Last time I had a phone doing something like this with my brother, my phone died, so I don't want this one to die. Okay, I gotta go, guys. Peace out. Love you guys and take care.
Alrighty, y'all. That was Allie G. Ooh, the one and only. Check out her channel there. You won't be disappointed. Hey, there we go. Yeah, Ron, you got more shit with you than X-Lax, by God. Hey, Ron, you want to come up on panel where they can ask you questions about Dogman? Oh, alrighty. Oh, here we go. I figure run one for Through the Veil. I hadn't played one of hers in a while. Let's see. This looks like it might be a good one. I ain't check it out real just yet, but now's a good time. So far, all of Vale's videos I've seen, I've liked them. Let's see. All right, there, Super Night. Have a good one, brother. Glad you stopped by. I love it when you come by and visit, bro. And hope you're not blushing anymore, by God.
Founded in 1735, St. Genevieve is the first organized European settlement west of the Mississippi River. Walking down the streets takes you back to a time of trade, steamboats, Native American raids, war, and slavery. All these things you can imagine are the hard times of colonial life of a small river town. Listed as one of the top and most haunted townships of the U.S., St. Genevieve holds to its rich and dark histories with places such as the Main Street Inn Bed and Breakfast, where a man haunts the upper floors since his death in 1890. The Southern Hotel, where passersby claim to see the apparition of a woman, see strange anomalies, and feel chill hands reaching out to them. The Remote, where ghostly cannon fire can be heard ringing out through the night, and claims of dark apparitions still lingering the ground. The Anvil Saloon, where ghostly touches follow the sound of spur-like noises floating along its old wooden floor. There are many places to visit and stories to tell in this haunted town, and several we will be visiting in this haunted series. What brings us here tonight is a former home of the Pappas family. The home itself established in 1890, sitting on the former land of the famous haunted Gibord Valley property, built in 1806, just feet from one of the oldest cemeteries of Missouri, and across the street where the local doctor, Dr. Walter Fenwick, died from a fatal duel. One of the most haunted spots in this property is the former area claimed to be the carriage house and slave quarters of the property. There have been claims that in this garage, doors can be found open and their batteries drained. Chairs found stacked 3 high before the vehicle. Bright flashes of unknown light and orbs floating through the air. Deep freezing cold spots that suddenly appear as lights turn off or blow out, and faint sounds of disembodied voices. So tonight, we're going into complete darkness and see what or whom this historical property has to hold.
Hey guys, welcome to Through the Veil. I am Nicole Stroud, and we're going to get right into this. I've done a small walk-in. Like you can see, it is a very small garage, but it packs a potent punch. I'll tell you, the anxiety in here and the heaviness, I can't explain. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm psychic, so yeah, I need to like bring my guard up. There's something here, sorry, that I can't explain. And I hope that we can get in contact with them and find out what is here, what is suppressing this place. Like it said in the intro, this was a carriage house, and they have claims that it used to be part of a slave quarters. And of course, you can imagine that suppressive energy. I can only imagine, but I've also got word from some neighbors that their brother was buried underneath a peach tree that lays just, on the side of the garage, only feet away. And we have Memorial Cemetery, which is only feet from us. I mean, it's like a house and across the street, it's not far. So you might have all that energy coming in too, but I'm going to cut this really short. We have little R2D2 here in the corner. Let me bring you over here to him. Where is he? Oh, he is the night vision R2D2. Where is R2D2? There he is, glowing in the corner. So if you see him, you will be able to see everything. I will be in complete darkness, so this should be really interesting. We have the laser lights that we will also be using. We have the voice box, and we have these little motion sensor balls. So we're going to try those. I don't know. So if you're ready, let's go lights out with this thing. Oh, wow, I cannot see anything in here. Okay. Hello guys, my name is Nicole. This is Rebecca. We don't mean to harm anyone. We don't want you to harm us, or you can't harm us. And please be nice, and we will be nice. We're just here to communicate with you and find out if we can help you in any way. So we're gonna turn on the voice box here. Do you live here on the property? You can come up and talk to me. I'm not gonna hurt you. You can come in. These things that I'm holding are not gonna hurt you whatsoever. They're just so everybody else can hear you. I can hear you just fine. Hello, how are you? I can kind of see. Are we recording?
Yeah, we pushed it, yeah, we turned it off.
Can you give us just a minute, please? Yes. I was in school, so this.
Oh, you should have organized stuff.
What am I doing? I'm here to talk to you. Yeah, maybe I can help you in some way.
Sure, it's okay.
What do you need help with? It just got really, really cold in here.
You get to come.
Where did you go? You can come back and talk to me. Are you still there? I hear the church bells. Do you remember the church bells? Hi. How are you? away and let the little kid talk a minute? Hi. You want to try? You want to play with one of my toys? Yeah. I'm still here. Can the little girl come back through? We're not here to harm nobody. I keep hearing if you think we're going to harm you, we're not. Okay, we'll try this again here in a minute. Okay, guys, we are going lights on for a moment, and we're going to just try, see if we can communicate with this little girl. All of our equipment has been gone crazy. I can't even explain how crazy things have gone. I've had to hardwire everything into the equipment. This thing is still on and playing. No, they're both off and it's still trying to come through and play. That is really weird. Okay. So we are going back lights on for a minute, people. So what we're going to do, since that little girl tried to come through, and there were so many trying to jump over her, we're going to try the little motion ball here. I couldn't get her name. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can switch this around. Maybe not. That camera there, feel free to comment. I'm glad I'm seeing the chart. I know you're here. That is directed to the right on the right hand side. Okay. Okay, you want to play the white light? We have a distance of light, and we'll play the green light on the board. Everybody knows you were here. Just in front of it, there's that. You see that for me? Are you standing there in front of my camera? Oh my hand, breathing, breathing, breathing. Oh my goodness. Are you listening me? Are you letting me know you're here? You step over there and play that ball. I don't mind you being next to me, but it's freezing me out. Mercy. Hey, there's the ball. You just play with that. Did you live here? Maybe you can tell me your name. I can hear it in my camera. I can hear it in my head. I heard you to my left. Okay, you don't want to play the light? Is something new to you? Okay, I'm going to step over here so you know they're not going to hurt you.
We are in pretty nice. Okay. You look like an idiot for all these people. I know you're here. Yeah, I see all these people. One that comes over there. I mean, it's like 60 degrees outside. We're just not cold. You can do that too. You can knock on something or push something over in here. There's plenty of things. Knock me over. I wouldn't use that shit. Here's one over here in terms of like. One thing I've noticed too, when I run into a lot of these older properties that, and I know some people might find it funny, but a lot of them do not see. And this is a French, very French, town. And maybe I should try something like that. Now, I was good friends in high school and people very well. I do security. There is security influence around here, but with that saying, they have a lot of Indian raids around this area and those times.
telling them I mean them no harm. Am I right? And so we call it people place. I don't mind like something very they have to flood all the light, put the light bulb out because nothing stays. I think it's like, oh, you already run it on further. Little girl was coming across the field ago, and I was walking over her. He was trying to take her out, but you could hear that spirit of it. I will hold that back out. I know, felt like a older woman that was calling me wicked. So I don't know if she was protecting her child. There was also a man that was coming through. He didn't seem like he was very friendly at all. Not saying sir, you're not. Okay, I think we're gonna wrap up keeping our people in the dark and do a little EVP session with the lights on. So there we go. Okay, so we heard about this app and we're going to try it. Okay, we are back in business. Is there anybody here? Do you like us being here? This little girl I was talking to a while ago. I left some balls there on the floor if you want to play with them. Is there anybody else here who wants to talk to me? Do you still live here? Was this your house or did you work here? One person at a time?
your name? Bridget?
Bridget. Bridget the midget.
How many people are here?
Ooh.
What year is it? Did you know the Pappins? Hello? I am still here. Did you know the ballet family? Is Dr. Fenwick still around? Doctor? You say one bullet? Bullet. Is Xenon here still? Are you buried underneath the tree? Is there anyone buried on this property? Okay, guys, I'm getting very EVPs, and getting things through the voice box. It's just not going what's in here. So, with that said, I hope we just didn't disappoint. I'm gonna go back through the footage and see what's going on. Like I said, it feels a little bit lighter in here since we did come in. Maybe they just wanted somebody to come around. maybe we spook them off, so that would be interesting. But anyway, if you like us, I mean, hopefully we'll get better through the videos. This is being our first video, so if you do like us, you know, do the normal. You don't have to, but hit the like, subscribe button, so we know that we can keep doing this. I mean, we're going to keep doing this because I enjoy it. It gets a lot of things, you know, out of me, and I can help other people, hopefully, as this progresses. You know, I've been holding this stuff off for years. I thought, you know, what the heck? I'm going to try it, even though I can't explain to you things that I feel. I mean, you could probably emotionally see the things that I feel, you know, with the tears, and if I'm like heavy breathing or anxiety, or you see me tucking tail or running through the woods somewhere, then you know something's going on. So anyway, love you guys. Thank you.
All right, y'all. That's Through the Veil Paranormal. Hope y'all check out her channel. She's a very nice lady. Hey, serious investigator. Does some pretty dang good work too. Hey, I like her. She's sweet. Hey, she's sweeter than milk dud fart. My God. So please check out Through the Veil. Ooh, my God. All righty. Work. Hey, that's a good deal. What kind of work you do there, Mo? Hey, I hope you don't mind. I'm doing like Curly from the Three Stooges and go, hey, Mo. Ah, glad you're here. Welcome to the family there, Mo. Uh, ooh, everybody just tuning in. Hope you like our content creators that we have here. We have some really good YouTube channels that we play on here. Cryptid. Hope you like, share, and subscribe. Check out the channels. All right. Yeah. Everybody that DMs me there through Clown Media, I check your channel out there. You know, if you want me to, see about sharing your videos out. Help the channel grow. I definitely like playing paranormal cryptid videos. I'm gonna have to start double checking and make sure there's no copyrighted materials. I lost last night's live stream because there's a copyrighted song in there that somebody had bought rights to use on their channel, and I played it through mine, and YouTube snagged my whole live stream. They didn't take it where I can't keep it. They just, the ones that made the song, they gonna earn any kind of monetization I get out the channel on the song. So basically, last night's like 10-hour live stream. Hey, you make any money, be making money for that band. So if you got copyrighted materials, or you bought a license to play music from a group on your channel, I can't play it. I'm sorry. Not mad or nothing. These things happen. So I said I was going to play one from the Venomous Friends. Got one. I'm looking around here trying to find one that's going to be real lively. Hey, this looks good.
Sunward.
I'm going to drop the link for the Venomous Friends in the channel. Going to start up the program right now. How you doing there, David? Paper delivery, that's good. That's good work there. Hey, by God. Oh, dude. And anybody that's got mods here for the channel, feel free to drop your links in the channel there where people can check your channels out where you can grow. If you don't have mods, I'll keep an eye on you for a couple of days. Make sure everything looking good. And I'll see about giving out more mods for a few days. I'm gonna kind of feel my way through it because I'd hate to give mods out to somebody that might be not good for the channel.
There is an unexplained phenomenon that lurks in the darkness of the night.
I think that they're different from us. We might share some of their DNA, but I don't think we're that related.
We live in a world where the unknown mysterious phenomenon manifests itself.
Because there's a lot of stuff going on. And this is stuff that's being told to us by people who know about it, who are part of, the wildlife community.
Could that be explained?
The last time I've been to the park alone, I thought I saw a very large dark shadow, at least in that.
Hello folks, my name is Chris Fringe, and tonight, join me as I discuss the unknown phenomenon that lurks in the world. From Dogman to Sasquatch to the paranormal, let's dive into the unknown. You're listening to The Venomous Fringe. Good evening, folks. You're listening to The Venomous Fringe. Tonight's episode, we're going to be looking at 10 Dogman encounters, and 10 of these encounters have occurred in 4 different states that we've covered in our States and Activity shows. The following states of Texas, Alabama, Florida, and Pennsylvania. These reports were submitted to me just recently, and they're pretty interesting. The purpose of tonight's show is to also throw more data onto each location in each state. And with this help, it'll be greatly useful as it helps also bring understanding to certain Dogman encounters in certain locations that are undisclosed. I also want to say before we get started, thank you again. We reached 10K subscribers, and this will be our first 10K upload. We hope you enjoy. We're going to take a look at the state of Texas first. If you recall, I did an episode on Texas about a couple months ago, and while we didn't have a lot of reports back then, I received 3 interesting reports. Our first report comes off the outskirts of Odessa, Texas, right around the Pleasant Farms region off of I-State 385. The report comes from a young man who reported back in 2013 when him and his brother had seen something late at night crossing the road. When I had seen the creature, I instantly jumped. I didn't know what I was looking at. It was around midnight when me and my brother were driving alongside Odessa, Texas, in response to picking up my sister late at night, who was at a bar another town over. Because we're brothers, we decided to go out and pick her up. But passing on by, we passed by Pleasant Farms. Not a bad area, and it's just north of Odessa, Texas. Of course, we are Texans and we enjoy our nice, pleasant land, in a sense. However, what I had seen one late evening in 2013 startled me forever. When we were driving alongside 385, we had seen something on the right-hand side, our side, about ready to pick up and cross the road. We had noticed it because the headlights were reflecting some amber eye shine. It wasn't about 50 feet away from us when we figured out that this wasn't a typical deer. It didn't look like a deer. It had black fur. For us, we had no idea what we were looking at. The only thing that we can notice, however, was the fact that this creature looked like something you'd see out of dog soldiers. The creature ran across the road, but looked at us, giving us a intimidating glare. We proceeded on, and we took a different route to get back home after picking up our sister. I gasped at what I had seen because I had no clue what this thing was. It definitely looked like something out of a horror movie, though. To remember it perfectly, it looked like it was at least 7 feet tall, and the fur was so thick, it literally looked like a sheepdog. The head had pointy ears, a snout, and the whitest teeth I've ever seen on an animal, or whatever this thing was. Now, Pleasant Farms is a pretty interesting location, as you can see in some of these images, and it's very capable of a dogman to appear here. And I know that kind of sounds like obvious little oxy in a sense, but more along the lines to have a phenomenon like this and have it all over the place. It's possible in every location, but I always knew that the state of Texas had more to it, and this is one of those encounters that just stands out, especially because there's enough land around here for this creature just to easily cross the road in open posture, too, no less. So around this area of Odessa, there appears to be some upright canines roaming roads and, of course, stalking certain locations. Transitioning a little northeast, off around Bellevue, Texas, comes the story of an individual who had seen something walking across the road one night, as well as seeing a couple other. Troy Borkenston was driving alongside Bellevue's I-287 when he came across a mysterious werewolf-looking pack that crossed the road around 9 p.m. late one fall night in 1986. I had seen something mysterious, and I cannot explain it. Bellevue, Texas is pretty rural. There's a lot of location, a lot of land. While it may not be too hot, it's still pretty unique in its own way. I had came alongside I-287 one night when I had seen what appeared to be a bunch of werewolf-looking creatures crossing the road. They all appeared to have orange eye-looking shine, and they just vanished. I only saw them for a few seconds, but it felt like I saw them for more than a few seconds. The appearance was so odd-looking. They looked around 7 to 9 feet tall. These were giants. In 2017, in the Cherry Spring area of Texas, a jogger jogging alongside 87 had seen something that felt like it was watching him and at the same time almost chased him. This report happened in the daytime. I was jogging alongside 87 around the Cherry Spring area, and I had came across something that caught my eye, but at first I didn't think too much of it. What I thought was a black mass that moved only 50 feet away from me, I didn't know what I was looking at, but I ignored it and kept running around the area. I decided to run on the opposite end of the road as a result, in hopes that this thing, or whatever it was, wasn't going to keep up or come near me. I realized that may have been a ridiculous and stupid mistake, because at the same time, this creature could have easily murdered me. Going near a large predator. I caught it off the glare at the distance of my eye. I looked to my left and saw it, and the next thing you know, this thing, it decided not to move at all. It wasn't until I was jogging nearly close to about a quarter mile after I'd seen it, I went to turn my head back once, and I saw a head of a wolf creature peeking its head out. This was taken in the daytime, as mentioned, and it's pretty unique because this guy had a close encounter with the Dogman, and while it necessarily did not approach the individual in an aggressive manner, even though that this individual was going towards it, as you can tell through the arrows to describe the situation, basically this guy jogged and the creature was in the bush area. He turned to the other side in hopes of not getting a glare at it and hoping that the creature didn't catch up, took his chances. The person that submitted this report is a former military veteran. I want to transition now to Alabama, where there have been 4 reports of Dogman activity. Starting in Antioch, Alabama, there was a report of strange howling noises that occurred back in 2009 when young Marty Dugmena had heard them. Marty was just a teenager in high school back then, but recalls, upon returning to the old neighborhood he used to live in, the mysterious noises that he used to hear at night. The noises were so frightening that he'd often, during the summer nights, keep his window closed. Many of the residents around Antioch did the same thing and kept very quiet, distinct personalities themselves, hoping that no one who would visit would think that they are crazy. Around the area, there is an island known as Gun Island that is adjacent to the Alabama River. The howling noises tend to come from the island cube. Marty himself recalls one night that the sounds got so frightening that he could have sworn that he had heard animals at the time of the night barking, and perhaps worse. As a result, when Marty returned to the old neighborhood and spoke to one of his neighbors, he confessed that he had heard strange noises in the night, and he himself as a neighbor also too confessed about strange noises bumping in the night. And as a result, the individuals also made mention that they had no idea what made the noises. It wasn't until a few weeks later that a few dogs went missing around the neighborhood. It was then pretty clear that there was mysterious animal footprints that were around the location. As a result, the howling noises sounded like bloody murder. Now, while this isn't necessarily a full-blown Dogman encounter, there's a lot of things that summarize it up to be that this is a bit of a Dogman stretch, and, well, as a result, I believe that this was a Dogman or maybe even possibly a skinwalker or another animal in the area. The description of the howling noises, it was a howling as mentioned. It sounded very bloody, as it meant bloody murder, very violent screech-like noises, and missing dogs in the area. Now, a little bit of research around the area, this place isn't necessarily filled with your typical national bear or any other large predator such as a mountain lion within this region of Alabama. However, a little interesting thing is that west and south of Antioch, that there is reports that I had covered previously in my Alabama States and Activities show. So this possibly could be a connection or indication that there is something around the area. And as a result, around this location, there's something there. What it is, we do not know. What we do know, however, is that the noises that are around this area are very frightening on Ancillon. A hunter recalls west of Romer, Alabama, a sighting in which he saw an upright canine-looking creature staring right at him nearly 200 feet away in the thick woods. I was hunting that day. It was pretty cold out, fall, so I wanted to get a little bit of the kill before everybody went out into the hibernation period. It's roughly around October. It was there when I had discovered something very interesting. Mysterious footprints that looked canine. At the same time, I thought someone had had their dog in this area. The woods were pretty thick, and of course, as a result, I didn't know for sure. I also smelled some very disgusting odors such as urine and rotten flesh. While I didn't necessarily believe that there was a dead body around here, it smelled disgusting, and I felt an uneasy presence around my environment. And as a result, I grew very uncomfortable. I turned to my left, and and nearly 200 feet away from me was this giant upright canine creature. It looked canine because it had a German Shepherd's head, and it was staring right at me. We had made eye contact for 10 seconds before I backed up slowly, raising my hands, showing the Pasha that I did not mean no harm. I did have a weapon in my right hand, but I did not point it, or at least look in the sense that I was going to harm this creature. I backed away slowly, retracing my steps from where I came from. My eyes were still on the creature, not necessarily too close, but I knew that this thing may have attacked me had I not paid attention, and as a result, I got out of there lucky. But I kept my eyes on this thing. Knowing that this thing was keeping up right in front of me, I knew that I had to make a quick exit. Not too far is a school, a cafe, and I knew that I would be close to some residential area. I made my escape pretty close. I wasn't that deep into the thick woods, but I knew it was still frightening because whatever it was, it surely was eyeballing me. It stood at 8 feet tall, had brown and grayish fur, and it looked like it was sick. It was pretty thin, and it looked like it was drooling. Had a German Shepherd looking head, almost something you'd see out of a Mastiff. In River Falls, Alabama, a young man was BMXing just east of Plywood Mill Road and east of the Conecuh River. This young man was BMXing when he had seen two dogmen staring at him from a far distance. I was riding my BMX when I had seen two upright creatures staring right down off the road next to me. At first I was a little panicked because I didn't know what these things were. I often BMX with my friends and they were also in this patch. However, at the same time, I was only with my two other buddies and we decided to split up into the trail. Normally my friends are pranksters, but this time it felt weird because they had odors that I cannot explain. One smelled like rotten flesh, and the other just smelled like, well, the smell of an anus. I'm not trying to be funny, but literally, that's what it smelled like. It smelled disgusting, or manure. When I was BMXing, I saw these two creatures, and then one of them nearly fast tried to approach me. While I was BMXing, I turned the other direction, pedaling as fast as I could, knowing that whatever these creatures were, they did not look friendly whatsoever. And as a result, I was BMXing as fast as I could, nearly going 15 miles per hour, maybe a little exaggerated, but at the same time, I was shocked. I got to Plywood Road, and I had called one of my friends, knowing that I'd be safe out of the patch in on residential area. My friends packed up and they were around the area, not too far from me actually. We went to Gary's Cafe and Wages Produce Market, where we got a few things. I had talked to my friends about what I had seen, trusting them that they'd know that I wasn't making things up. I asked them if they were wearing outfits. They were wearing backpacks and they were wearing a lot of stuff in it. So who knew if these things were, well, maybe my friends? But they were too big to be my friends, but who knows? Maybe it was best to ask just in case for pranksters. And well, they weren't. My friends came back and said that, well, we saw something, but we didn't know what it was. So luckily, I guess you could say we all happened to have an encounter with these weird-looking creatures. In Wood Valley, Alabama, a young woman was driving alongside 219 when she had seen a mysterious creature chasing her car. It was around 11 p.m. I was driving alongside Ball's Cross Road when something mysterious was chasing my car. I didn't notice it at first. I only noticed it when I made a right going off of 219. I had seen something chasing my car. It looked like a werewolf. It had red eyes, and it was chasing my white Volkswagen 98. Unfortunately for me, Volkswagens suck sometimes, and well, my car had issues. I didn't notice it until I saw the red eyes approaching me. I thought it was somebody, but I was doing 60 on this road. The road itself is 50, sometimes 45 once you get down Whitesville. But it gets scarier than that. This thing was catching up with me. I was going as fast as I could, and this thing was nearly approached my car. I was scared for my life, and I had no clue what I was looking at. But I could see this creature, and it looked like something that you see out of The Howling. It looked around 8 feet tall with red eyes, a snout, and yellow, ugly looking teeth. I got off of 18, but the creature, I didn't see it again. I went down that road, down the line, a couple weeks later with a few friends, driving alongside slowly. We're into the whole mythology and we know what Dogman is, but we were curious to know if that's what it was. Maybe I had seen a Dogman, but overall, it freaked me out. Let's transition to Florida now, where we're going to read you 2 reports of Dogman activity. This next report comes from across City, Florida, involving a young man who was a worker for a sawmill company and came across a Dogman not too far away from his position. I work for a sawmill company, and as a result, I'm always working in the woods. We were dispatched across City, Florida's outskirts, where we were working on a side job building some fundamental housing. One day, me and my guys were on break. We were exiting the perimeter when we smelled some very foul odors. These odors did smell something very disgusting and wretched. I can't go into details because it'd be too inappropriate, but the odors were so horrifyingly awful and smell and just disgusting wise, I couldn't bear to be there any longer. We were leaving the area for the day. It was around 5 p.m., 6 p.m., the early hours of the evening. When me and the guys were leaving, we got into one of our trucks and we saw something mysterious not too far away off a ditch. Now, at first, we were kind of convinced that it was just one of the regular workers playing a prank on us. But then we noticed the size of this thing and we began to wonder if this was one of our workers or an animal just emerged out of the forest. It was the latter of the two. We get into the truck and we watch this thing look at us. It was staring right at us. We had no clue what it was. What we do know, however, is that it definitely wasn't human. We returned to the job the next day after we got up and left. This creature did not show any indications of violence, as of course we were just simply getting in our trucks and leaving. But we drove off and wondered that night, what did we see? The following morning, we looked around and we didn't see anything out of the usual, but we felt that odd presence of something there. Is this werewolf-looking Dogman that's been told about all the time on your show? Because I think that this is what it was. The creature had pointy ears, had a snout, or at least what looked like a snout. I know it sounds crazy, but it was from a far distance. But it definitely did not look like a human being or a natural bear. Hopefully this helps. Of Dogman. The Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge reports one incident just west of Williamsburg involving a hunter and his cousin whom were out and around the area when they came across a Dogman-looking creature that nearly chased them out of the woods. I was with my cousin, and we went out and we were looking around. Upon looking around, we came across some mysterious footprints as well as mysterious-looking odors as well. We also ran across some scat that didn't look like your typical bear or deer or in general mountain lion. When around the area, we had also came across the carcass of a dead deer. It looked like a fresh kill, flies swarming around it, and the creature or whatever it was that tore up this deer did a number. The gut was entirely ripped open and intestines all over the place with some eaten and half eaten. It was a very frightening experience to say the least. We were about another mile into the forest. I had my 1903 Springfield parade rifle with me. It wasn't until I turned to my right, my cousin shouted, "Look over on the horizon." Parallel to me, almost 300 feet away, was a creature kneeling down, looking right at us. My first instinct, I thought it was a bear, and I quickly positioned my rifle, getting ready to fire at it. My cousin then said next, "That doesn't look like a bear. That looks like a monster." I lowered my rifle because at the second chance looking at it, I realized it didn't look like a bear at all. As a matter of fact, it looked like a werewolf. I don't like horror movies, and well, I felt like this was a horror movie I was looking at. The creature proceeded to get up slowly, and I can hear it snarling and growling in a sense, whatever this thing was. Not only was it growling at us in a very intimidating way, but it looked like it was trying to show that it's the head honcho of its territory around here. We backed up slowly, and with our backs turned, we proceeded to run out of the forest. We heard the footsteps, and we knew that this thing was coming right at us. It wasn't until I stopped in my tracks, fired one shot in the air as a warning shot, and screamed, "Back the F away, or I will shoot you," and fired another shot, that this thing stopped in its footsteps, and we proceeded to run off. Now, I am not a guy of shooting at things unless I need to, self-defense wise, but this thing looked like it was going to kill us, and had I not done that, it may have just done that. This thing looked around 9 feet tall, sprouting black and gray fur, and looked like a creature out of the underworld movies. We're going to transition now to Pennsylvania, reading you the last two reports. Just east of Morgantown, Pennsylvania, is a location called Seven Springs and State Game Lands number 51, both rural forest locations up the eastern portion of Pennsylvania. In 2006 and 2013, there were two distinct reports involving these mysterious creatures around this area. We're going to start at Seven Springs, where locals for many years have seen a werewolf creature they've dubbed the Seven Springs Beast. If you're passing by off of Connellsville, Jones Mills, Somerset, Rockwood, or even Fort Hill in Seven Springs, Pennsylvania, be prepared to run into the beast known as the werewolf. Seven Springs Beast has been dubbed the nickname for this mysterious werewolf-like creature. In 1993, a young waitress was leaving her job one night, passing on by Seven Springs off Jones Mills, and ran into this creature passing on by. Another night, a young construction worker was driving off a Normalville, passing alongside Seven Springs when he came across the creature on the side of the road, feasting on a deer carcass. Perhaps the most infamous case that occurred happened in 2009, when a young boy and his mother were driving alongside Seven Springs when the mysterious creature not only passed on by and crossed the road, glaring into the car, but when the mother hit the brakes to take a look, this creature nearly lunged at the car, nearly breaking the glass window. With the scratches on the 2006, when the young man saw the creature, he described it as a monster from Hotel Transylvania. The woman, the mother to be exact, when she saw it, looked like something out of Underworld. What many people are seeing around the Seven Springs area appears to be a beast that cannot go undetected or explained. One that sprites fear and intimidation. Even one occasion, a tow truck driver was taking a small leak, and this creature emerged from the bush line and nearly attacked him. Proceeding to get into his car, the man pulled it into a drive and proceeded on and almost hit this creature. What is the Seven Springs werewolf? The final report comes from the State Game Lands number 51 region. Just west is Uniontown, Pennsylvania. And the report goes involving a bunch of relatives who had seen a mysterious creature one spring break in 2013. It was spring of 2013 when my cousins had paid a visit. They were coming back from college and they wanted to stop by and see us for a little while. My aunt and uncle were in town as well and decided to come over for some brunch. Where I live in Lemont, Fernance, my apologies, in Pennsylvania, there's often a report indication of mysterious unknown things out there. And not too far from me is a big forest region known as the State Game Lands number 51, Conjunction in Pennsylvania. Preferably a lot of woods, a lot of plateau, and a good place to go quadding. On the first night of my cousin's arrival, we had our dog outside. Our cousins were downstairs and I was upstairs, and we felt a very odd presence after having a small bonfire. It was pretty warm during the early evening dusk, and we had the first time of doing the bonfire this late into winter and early spring. Our dog was barking uncontrollably. The aunt, uncle, and my mom and dad were out. They were out having a blast, drinking somewhere, while my cousins and myself were home alone. It was around 11 o'clock when we discovered that our dog was continuously barking. I had passed out, and my cousins were passed. It was the next day, roughly around 9 a.m., I'll never forget it, when my mom shrieked in terror when she went outside to see that our dog was killed. Our dog was brutally torn up on its back, and it looked like something tried to eat its head by snapping its neck. There was a heavy gash and wound on the top of our dog. I won't go into any details because to this day it still horrifies me. I was truly heartbroken by this, and so was my mom and dad. Our cousins had no idea. I felt guilty because our dog was barking uncontrollably outside, but at the time I didn't know. At first, we normally have a lot of other animals around the area. Perhaps maybe the dog picked up the scent. This has been common. I feel bad to this day, but beside the point, I just wish that whatever happened, we were able to stop. A couple days passed by, and after we felt a little better, we decided to go out and go quadding. I was still hurt by my dog's death, but I still wanted to go out and experience a good time. When I went outside, we picked up our quads and we went out into the state game lands. Now, there are some parts where we have to pass through illegally and some parts that are tricky to go through. And of course, as always, we always just try to keep a firm, protective grasp. And passing on by, we knew that we were going to be in for quite a ride. Some of these trails are pretty bumpy, and at times you can easily injure yourself. It wasn't one time before, though, when we felt the presence of being watched. There's a small ditch not too far in the state game lands itself, and as a result, when we went to go ahead and regroup, we heard twigs snapping not too far from us behind my one cousin's back. We then heard a very frightening shriek. This was around late afternoon, early evening, but we were so deep in the state game lands forest that the farthest distance from Lamont was approximately 3 miles. These ditches were pretty huge, as well as the trails, expanding as far out as nearly 18 miles. From there, the shrieking we heard, we were startled. My cousins backed away and proceeded. We quadded through the trail, my oldest cousin leading the way. From there, we then discovered something that had our hairs on the back of our necks stand up. We had seen what appeared to have been a giant werewolf-looking creature looking right at us. This creature had a giant head. The giant head looked approximately like something you'd see almost like a bear and a wolf mix. It had a big body standing nearly 10 feet tall. This creature drooling and growling at us. We were almost 100 feet away, maybe even less. We approached the shrieking, but it appeared this creature was able to run to the other direction, or we were so frightened that we actually passed right into its direction. We were so startled, we had no clue what was going on. My one cousin insisted that we run it over. I knew that was a bad idea, so we decided to shift left, leading the way, but this creature kept up with us. We were lost in this place, and we had no idea where we were going. Not too far is a small road known as Dunbar, Ohio Pile Road, which is a distant land between Pennsylvania and Ohio, West Virginia. We had no clue, and there's so many vicinities on where we can go. We passed by T684. This creature kept up with us at a firm speed, and as edging and as possible as we could get it. We were so startled by it, we had no idea what it was. But we knew it was catching up to us. It wasn't then until we got back into the main lands, this time passing off through Mount Braddock. Lamont was only south down ahead, and it would be silly if we had a bunch of quads passing on by down the small roads, so we decided to take through more of the residential trails. But we weren't surprised at what we had seen. This creature, or if there was multiple, appeared to have been very frightening and intimidating. To give you a good idea on how thick we were, the closest trail line was literally almost a stretch of a mile away. Hopefully, around this area, this creature or whatever it was, people get the gist of what it is and what it could possibly do. It's a long story, yes, but I'm convinced that this was the same creature that killed my dog. I still hear the howls, and I still hear reports of missing animals in the area, but I don't go too much far into the forest, hiking or quadding, because I know what's out there, and I choose not to run into it. But if this is the supposed Dogman, well then this is a very frightening case. And that concludes the 10 encounters. I know a lot of these encounters, some may not make a lot of sense to many, but I did as best as I could to throw out where these took place and describe them in general. So all of these encounters are now added to our data on these 4 states respectively. You have 3 reports coming from Texas, 4 in Alabama, 2 in Florida, and 2 in Pennsylvania. And the stretch of the 2 in Pennsylvania involved nice, thick forest land, as well as 1 in Florida as well. So So there's a lot of activity flowing around these areas. And if you're a resident of each of these respective locations, please let me know in the comment section down below. Again, of these locations in Texas, Pleasant Farms, Odessa, Texas, Bellevue, Texas, Cherry Spring, and Alabama, Antioch, Romer, River Falls, and Wood Valley, Florida, Cross City, Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge, and in Pennsylvania, the Seven Springs and Lamont Forest areas. If you happen to have run into a dogman or heard reports around this area, feel free to send me an email at thevenomousfringe@gmail.com, as well as if you would like to either send me a message asking me a question or a topic on a cryptid, or you yourself have had an encounter with either cryptids or paranormal, you can reach me at that email. We have a Facebook group dedicated to Dogman research known as Dogman X. You can find a link to it in the description down below, as well as if you are interested in joining a social Discord, a chat for media discussing evidence, video, as well as also interacting with myself and presenting different ideas to the Venomous Fringe. We'll leave a link. And if you've enjoyed this episode, if you would like to leave a donation, there is a PayPal link also in the description. With that being said, folks, thank you again. And as always, thanks for listening. You all have a fantastic evening and take care.
There we go. I'm back. All righty there. Right there, Tony. All right. This is Klowns Cryptid Paranormal Investigations, formerly Klowns Paranormal Adventures. I didn't really care for that name a lot. Trying to grow the channel, so I done YouTube search and discovered that Klowns Paranormal Adventures wasn't doing very well on the YouTube search, and that Klowns Cryptid Paranormal Investigations actually done better. Sounds more serious, and investigations are serious business. I'll joke and cut up a lot on here, but when I get out in the field doing investigations, it's serious business. I do cut up a lot there when I'm antagonizing and provoking demons for a comedy effect. Also, it's easier to stay someplace if you're laughing than it is sitting there thinking about you're in danger. Because sometimes I've thought about turning around and walking away, and I've seen a couple of times I thought about running. But sense of humor, stay there, provoke, get spirit box reactions, get it all documented where I could put it on the YouTube channel for y'all to enjoy. I do a lot of paranormal research. Y'all enjoying the content. I hope you like, share, and subscribe to the channel. I put a lot of effort into this to try to have good content for everyone. And once again, I said it earlier, but it's serious enough, I'll say it again. I want to give a shout out to emergency responders, EMTs, paramedics, police, firemen, nurses, doctors, servicemen overseas. We owe y'all a big debt because every day y'all put it on the line there to help somebody else. And with that one there, I'm fixing to look up all things paranormal. Leslie put on one of her investigations. She runs a really good channel. Super nice lady. Y'all hadn't checked out her channel there, I'll have the link in the text, and the channels I'm playing tonight, I'll have them in the description bar.
Yeah.
All righty. Could take a little bit of a break. Everybody need to go to the restroom or grab a bite to eat or get something to drink. Maybe stretch your legs for a second. But on that note, I hope y'all got your break get out the way. It's time to get back to what looked to me like could be a good one. Hey, it's Electricity and the Paranormal by All Things Paranormal Leslie.
Okay.
Like I said, I'll drop the link below and text bar. I'll have it in the description box at the end of the video. Appreciate all the subscribers, followers on YouTube, the fam. Hey, y'all is something else. I appreciate y'all. And it's time to get back to the next one. Oh, a big shout out there to All Things Paranormal Leslie, Beyond the Veil. You can follow All Things Paranormal Leslie here on Twitter, as you can see, as All Things Paranormal Leslie. I also want to give a shout out to Holly's Lore, another good investigator. She does some really awesome work. Super sweet lady. Her husband Eric's a real good guy. Also want to ask anybody get a chance to check out Tonysaurus. I dropped his link in the text bar. Anytime get busy. Let's play some Leslie. Y'all check out her channel, please.
Okay, so excuse the blur. I wanted to share a story with you. So I've been here in my apartment for a whole entire year. My lease is up and I have decided I'm going to move. My religion, and I'm kind of secret about it, I'm heavy into witchcraft. And there's more to it than casting spells and magic and whatnot. You have to follow guidelines. There are deities, gods, and goddesses that you worship, praise, dedicate to, and you see the phone going in and out. I'm explaining something to you. The whole reason that I've been hesitant in moving and taking so long to move is because of this. I have 2 altars in my room. My room we're going to go into in a second, but here's a backstory. The reason that I still slept at my house, I have not left. I just heard footsteps like right there. And I'm hearing noises up here. This is awesome. A lot of people get freaked out by this kind of thing. This is my life. I go hunt and I practice witchcraft for a living. It goes hand in hand. And you can see things too flying across the mirror. So okay, Hecate is one of my goddesses. She's one of a badass goddess. She's affiliated with death and destruction and, skulls and crossroads, the new moon, the night, and she is Hades, one of Hades's, I would say, not right-hand man, but because they're not together, if you want to go back and look at the Greek mythology and whatnot. But long story short, she's also had demons, what you people call demons, affiliated with her. So I was hesitant to take down that altar because I knew when I did, this apartment I'm staying in will no longer have its protection. Not that I'm fucked, but this is what I was just saying yesterday, just last night. I said, I don't want to take Hecate's altar down, even though it's a bitch to fucking bring downstairs, because what I have it on a nightstand, like it's gonna be a bitch to carry downstairs, but I'm waiting. The moment I take it down, I knew something was gonna try and get into the house. It's not because of the witchcraft affiliated, because something's lurking around the building. I felt that when I moved in, and when I went to astral projection meditation, I felt that as well. I have just took down the altar, and I said once I did, the protection in the house was going to be gone. And whatever's out there is going to get in. And once I'm completely out the house, see the things focusing, because this energy right here, I'm going to tell you why. I said once I took down the altar, this house is going to become haunted. And I'm not sure if it's evil forces, a demon, but something is going to come in. Now I'm going in my room. This is my bedroom. I took it down. These are dust, not orbs. Do not get it confused. This is what's left of the altar. Put everything in the drawer. Some of the stuff that I had on the altar. I'm not zooming in because it's very personal. It's not for you people to see. The altar candles. But the moment, and you can see where the altar was, because it's been there for so long. I moved it downstairs. The moment I did that, I've been here for a whole year. See my video skipping? I turn on this light, which I had absolutely no problems with all freaking day. Now, see, I'm not touching the light switch. I mean, it could be a coincidence, but me being me and what I am and what I do, I don't believe in coincidences. Everything in a witch's life is for a reason. And the electricity's starting to cut up. But it's funny because it's the light switch right where the entry of my room is at. And to the right is that mirror that I was filming out of. I always felt like, because of the way you see the camera still going in and out, especially with this thing going on, it's like, would you just go out already? On or off? Whenever I had issues with a job and I was really mad, the lights would always flicker and they would go out. We always have electricity problems at every job I was at right before I leave. And the funny thing is, the same fucked up shit is happening in my house. I wasn't happy here. And now my deities are taking upon it themselves, the gods and goddesses, to have fun with this light. And I think I'm gonna leave it on until it just busts. Why not? But I think this is amazing. And I want to record all of it and document it so I can continue my spiritual realm. Did it finally go out? No. But it froze my phone. That's amazing. They say mirrors are a gateway to the other side. And look, I heard a noise again. Down the stairs. Creek. Yeah. But I have no neighbors. But for my phone to be cutting in and out like it is, and for that electricity thing to be cutting up, and it's right after I took down the altar, my intuition was right. I feel sorry for the next 10 minutes.
How to break in your Carhartts.
Yeah, bro. That thing stopped playing. It skipped on my computer. I had to hurry up and restart it. That was freaky right there. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not from playing that video, but My computer stopped streaming it all on its own. I ain't touched anything. It just stopped. I had to hurry up and restart it. I don't think I want to be moved into that house after Leslie left it. That place is looking like if it can get real. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. All righty. Hey there, Wolf King. How you doing? Welcome to the family. Mm-mm-mm. Hope you hit that like, share, subscribe button there, please. Tell you what, I'm in a mood to play one of my videos. I'm gonna play one of my videos real quick. That's one of my scarier videos, things I had happen. Hey, how you doing there, Wolf King? Welcome to the family. How's your weekend going? All right, is anybody there? Anybody? Hello? Anybody have anything to say? Can you repeat that? Hey, what you do? I know I was asking what you use the camera and kind of pan around from a fixed location.
Okay, I'll get it in a minute.
All right, anybody there? Is that Frank? Are you still there in that gimmick box? Are you mad? You won't be let out of that gimmick box? So what's your name? What's your name? What? You won't be let out of that gimmick box? Are you gonna wanna hurt anybody we let you out of that gimmick box? You'll behave yourself we let you out?
What did you say? We're gonna let you out Halloween night. What? Open that box up Halloween night. What are you gonna do? You gonna leave in peace or you gonna try to harm me? What did you say? Give me a good answer we can understand. I'll let you out the box. So we need to know before we open that box up what your intentions are. If we let you go, what are you gonna do? Huh? I might not let you out of that box. I might take you throw you in the goddamn river. You won't be thrown in the river? Why don't you touch that green light right here? See that green light is? Why don't you touch that? Oh. So you been having fun out here? You like it out here? Ain't no need to call me that. You won't be left out here.
Oh.
For 1 week. Well, what's your name? Are you a good spirit or a bad spirit? Want me to bring you back home tonight, stay at the house, or you want to stay out here in the cemetery? Back home with me? What do you think?
It sounds like it must have, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll bring you back home. You not gonna bother nobody? So you're gonna be good then. You're not gonna bother me if I bring you back home. You ain't gonna be playing in my closet no more. Are you mad at me? Where's the Dana? Oh, I see her. So who else is here? Is that filming here?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else here? Are y'all happy tonight? You have anything you want to talk about? So, how many spirits are here tonight?
What's that?
So, how many spirits are here tonight? Huh? Are y'all happy now? Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad you're happy. I see it, Tina. So, y'all are happy here. I'm glad to hear that. We don't mean no harm to nobody. Devin. So what are y'all's names? Megan? Susan. Which quick you been in the universe? The dog's raising hell right there. Let's just go black here for a minute. Cut that from the light. Are we in danger out here? Should we leave now?
I said yes.
So we're in danger if we stay here. Yes. Okay. Well, we appreciate you talking to us. We're gonna go on and pack up and call it a night. We ain't mean no harm. We just wanted to learn. But nobody is allowed to come back to our home with us. So y'all need to stay here. And we'll come back and visit from time to time and talk with you. Okay? All right. What?
It's okay, I think.
All right. All right, everybody. I'm being still this for the night. I'm hearing a whole bunch of dogs barking back behind us, but I don't know why, but it's like the dogs that people, and I don't know, maybe getting trespassing charges. So they kill all the lights and just go infrared, film infrared for a while. Hey, did you hear that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I need to write it on. We got to get out of here.
Come keep me moving. We're getting.
We're leaving.
I heard growls. We're out.
Yeah, it's time to get up out of here.
It's Jason's floor. We'll see you in a few.
Yeah, my mic wasn't, I didn't have a good mic on the camera, but that growl practically shook the trees. It was just earth shatteringly loud. The closest in volume that I could describe that fitting would be like a bull gorilla, like here in the zoo when they cut loose. It was so loud, it was just ungodly. I asked Ryan about it. He said it might be a dog man. That's what I think it was, Ryan. I just didn't have the a good mic to get the sound. We didn't run, but it was funny because my sister grabbed the camera up on the tripod, and she's walking to the car and a pretty fast little walk, going, "This is Ace Explorers signing off." I'm trying to get stuff gathered up, and something big sounded like it snapped a damn tree limb off of a tree, or maybe broke a tree. And it was headed in behind her toward the parking lot to cut her off at the car. I didn't realize how scared I was till I got out to the car, and the speaker for my spirit box was still in my hand. I never put it back in the case, and I left my spirit box on because I've got a camera in one hand, a backpack I throwed on, got a gun in one hand, a damn spirit box speaker in the same hand, lens cap in the hand. Well, Ryan, it worked. We left. Serious question, Ryan. Off that growl, I know it wasn't the loudest, but you really think I was a dog man? I researched it, and there that cemetery's in Baker, Florida, and there was a Bigfoot sighting in Baker, Florida. Maybe Dogman got saw was mistaken for a Bigfoot. Well, I ended up, I don't know what in the hell that was for sure, but I know it wasn't no dog, and I know you couldn't make me believe it was a bear. And it was, oh my God, it was so loud. That was just so freaking loud. It was like, it was almost like tree shattering. It sounded like it come from like 30 acres of goddamn woods. The whole back end of the cemetery, the wood line from where it's fenced off, is just, they sound like it come from the whole back end, just raw. Whee, whee. Right then, I could have highly recommended some goddamn toilet paper because I just about shit myself. My God. I recommend 2-ply. By God. It's possible, Ron. I know for a fact, every time that we went out there at Cobb Cemetery and we went bunches and not be there very long, and something big gets to walking along the fence through the trees and breaking limbs and stuff, stepping on stuff, just making an ungodly amount of noise. We went to the fence with Q beams, shining over into the woods to try to see it, and never saw it. Hmm. They might have been sending out a hunting call for backup to come in on us because it was me, Doobie, and Katie. I don't think a dog. I don't know. I don't really know much about Dogman, Ron. Maybe that sucker wouldn't have come in on just on 3 people. Maybe he was calling for backup. But I know we was just there about 2 weeks ago, and this time here was quiet. We didn't hear nothing. Well, that was freaky as hell. I've thought it over, and I've heard demon growls before. I hunt demons, and at first I thought it was a demon, and the more I got to thinking about it, it didn't sound like any kind of demon growl I've ever heard before. That was a bass guttural growl. It was like there's a difference. Well, I'm gonna go back. I'm waiting on this lockdown mess to be over with. I'm gonna go back and try again and see if we can find any evidence. As last time we was there wasn't any tree breaking, tree snaps or anything moving like anything moving through the woods. My sense on it was it's pretty calm. Hmm. Maybe bring some damn beef jerky and set my van on stakeout and watch the cemetery. I do know. I was there one night in my van, and something big and brown, about 7 or 8 feet tall, flew out past the driver's side window of my van and zipped out by me, and it must have been going like 50 or 60 mile an hour. It's just a blur. It's just really fast. Hey, past life. And I actually heard gravel crunch under his foot. Hmm. I'll go back out there again. Go back out there with some damn beef jerky. Shit. I'll go out there with a damn small barbecue grill and grill some damn stuff up out there at the cemetery. See if that smell might draw it back in. There was a sighting there. I heard something. Go back out there with some damn food and get it to wafting around, and yeah, I heard that damn growl. I like to make peanut butter there past life. That was scary as hell. Oh, I can go back out there in the van. There's damn demonic activity out there too. There's stuff out there. You be sitting in the vehicle and he'll snatch on your damn seatbelt you wearing it, bump in the arm. I've got pictures of Shadow Man that actually got in the van with me in the damn evening time. You could see it good because there was daylight and there was rain. It was raining, but there was still plenty of light, and you could see the silhouette of the shadow man. That sounds like what I need to do then, Ryan. I'll go out there with a damn bottle of some damn gaudy ass damn cologne and spring and go to sprinkling it around out there. I'll try that. Uh, Now that I know to expect something like that to happen, I won't be so easily rattled. I won't lie, that scared the hell out of me. Do y'all have anything on Venomous Fringe of vocal sounds that damn dogmen or Bigfoot make run? That would be cool. Lavender. Oh, David pops up. So Lavender could draw in a dogman. Hmm. That would be cool. Cologne, lavender. Hey. Do a little cookout. I've got plenty of armaments there, Ryan. I got a 454 Castle Magnum with a 300 grain with 300 grain hollow points in it. I won't go out to find something to shoot. I want to get video footage. Huh. Let me see if you got the. I tell you what, if you can find the links to any kind of vocalizations there, Ryan, you got mods, you could drop it in there and I could play it. You definitely drop links in there anytime you want, Ryan. You got mods, bro. Oh, lavender. Now that would be cool. Put the lavender out in the cemetery and get my ass back in the van. Absolutely. A 300 grain hollow point in the head. There won't be nothing left of the head. All righty. Yeah, there we go. All right, y'all. This is Clown. Ryan Trombley from Venomous Fringe is going to go look up a link off the Venomous Fringe for vocalizations from Dogman. See if we can find one real and where we can put it out and play it. Everybody listening there and they've been enjoying the content. Hope you'll like, share, and subscribe to the channel. I've dropped links for the other channels in here tonight. I've been trying to promote and help because paranormal and cryptid families are family, and we all help each other. Ooh, lavender fields. That'd be cool. Okay, Ron. Well, you can find it there tomorrow sometime. Sorry for putting you on the spot there, brother. Ooh. Ooh. I hadn't played nothing for Holly all day. Shit. I kind of feel guilty because I played one of mine on there instead of somebody else's. Normally I'm wanting to try to help other people, not sit there and run my stuff. I'm looking for a new one there from Holly's Lore to play. All right, this is they're watching us. It's Spirit Box and Necrophonic app at home that they used. I'll pick to start streaming it now. Oh wait, Ron dropped one. Here we go. All right, here we go. Turn the volume up. Yank the knob off. By God. Jeez. Share screen. I'm going to drop the link for the Venomous Fringe here in the channel again.
Three turds right here.
Whoop, wrong one. What the hell? I still got that one. Okay, let me drop that. I had two set to play, and I'm about to play the wrong one. Sorry for the delay.
Good evening, folks, and welcome to another episode of the Venomous Fringe. Tonight's show, we're going to be doing our Dogman state, and tonight's state is Florida. Florida being the bottom of the U.S., southern U.S. to be exact. It's a very interesting state because looking at the map as reference, as well as a few reports online, Florida does not have a lot of activity. And to me, it's interesting because I would think for a state that has a lot of wildlife management parks and state parks in general, I would think there's a lot of activity, but possibly there is a way of them getting through and maybe some access. And the point of these shows is to also touch base in environments like state-wise, counties, people are from, and in general. And I know understand that in many cases when it comes to Dogman, there's a lot of questions that result in where each Dogman, if there's activity. For example, I was asked in some of my live Q&As about if they're Dogman in Traverse City, Michigan. So in general, though there are encounters that have been documented, I feel that it's appropriate to go ahead and just do these type of shows to map out everything. Now, I always touch base on places that have encounters, but I also want to touch base in places that don't have encounters, but possibly might. And it could be important because maybe there are some people from certain areas in Florida, for example, that do have encounters, but they maybe want to talk about it or not 200%. But at the same time, it's always good to just touch base in areas because this is part of the documentation. This is part of what we do. And it's important to have everyone be aware of your surroundings, even if there isn't any Dogman activity. So the point of these shows is just to basically spread the word out into each state and to document and go through encounters and other possible encounters in certain counties, respectively. And I want to thank everybody for the patience because I know I made the announcement about this show a while back and I never got a chance to get to it. So I want to do tonight's show in a good manner. I know I did the other show prior involving the cover up, and I know there was a lot of negative feedback. I'll talk about that at the end of the show, and I'll explain a couple things, and it's going to be either a yes or no scenario or a result of an answer. So other than that, though, guys, I'm not going to hold this up any further. Let's get into Florida. I'm going to talk about some encounters, and then I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to talk about some of the environments and then some other places that have had no encounters. And if you are a Florida resident and you have an encounter and you want to share it, you can also share it in the comment section, or if you want to send me an email at venomousfringe@gmail.com, I will throw that email in the description as well as put it in the video slides. So Florida, mostly up in the upper northern portion of Florida, directly between Orlando and Tampa, respectively, have had a share of encounters. Now, if you followed my Pennsylvania and Ohio state discussion videos, you'll know that I discussed one encounter that happened in a city area. And the city area, to me, was interesting because even though that there's not a lot of reports of them being seen in cities, as a matter of fact, residential communities and suburbs, even to be exact, it baffled me in a way because it was something that I was just very skeptical of thinking about. But then I listened and watched some researchers give an explanation on how they could be environments, and as well as seeing some of your comments. And I think about it more. And there's a couple of stories here that happened close to city environments as well as residential communities. And some of the Google Map images will be document that real well. So I want to just go ahead and start with Tampa, Florida first, because Tampa, Florida has a very interesting encounter I want to get everybody's feedback on. This encounter happened in the 90s. Now, this came from the Phantoms and Monsters page. This was given to Lon, and it was an eyewitness who had described a case that happened in the 90s involving his mother and his cousin. They encountered this werewolf, as he says in the story, that collided with the car. Now, this happened east of Tampa in the county of Hillsborough. Now, this story is brief, but it is a pretty interesting case because this was around the time of the Beastabury Road. And as you can see on the Google map, you have, from the zoomed out perspective, a lot of residential communities right where the red dot is. And we're going to zoom in here. And as you can see even more, there is a lot of residential. Now, this was in the 90s, and I don't know necessarily if maybe they added into this environment some more. You can see the long, narrow road. But for right now, though, this is just, as I said, a reference. But anyways, we'll discuss the story. Hillsborough County, a werewolf activity. The story goes as followed. I had heard a hard thump, and then Mom hit the gas. I asked what happened, and she screamed out loud, I had just hit a werewolf. My cousin's eyes were wide open, and she wouldn't talk at all. My mother told me more details when we got home. Before she hit it, she noticed a car on the side of the road up ahead, and when she came up to it, the creature jumped right in front of our car. She was going about 45 miles per hour when she hit the brakes. It landed on the hood of the car. Its face landed on the windshield. It had black fur, red eyes, a long mouth open to reveal a large set of teeth. Definitely not a guy in a suit. It pushed itself off the car, leaving claw marks. My mother told me that the last time there was one in the area was over 20 years ago, in the 70s. I will leave a link to that story in the description if you guys would like to read the full glimpse of it. But this was an interesting case because this happened on this road, and something to me that was just a little out of the ordinary was that there was a car on the side of the road in which this creature nearly emerged out of to hit this other car going 45, which the eyewitness was in. And there isn't no evidence to prove or anything that there was claw marks on the car. For all we know, maybe they didn't have a camera or they didn't want to discuss the story at the time. And I'm assuming that the car was either repainted and they replaced whatever claw marks, got rid of it all, or in general, I don't know the full story or what happened. I wasn't the guy who had the chance to interview this individual who had told the story on Phantoms and Monsters. However, it is a very interesting case, I will say, nonetheless. But this happened in Hillsborough County. Now, for anybody out there who is a Hillsborough County resident or happens to know anything around the area, this is the time to also kind of mention if you do know any activity. But I also want to make it clear, because when you look at this area, especially within this square radius here, there's a lot of residential communities in this place. And to me, it's fascinating because at the same time, I'm looking at this place, and it could be very common for a creature such as a Dogman to go ahead and make its way through this environment. And plus, because this encounter was reported to take place in the 90s, in the last 28 years since that encounter, it wouldn't be no surprise if they added in more residential communities. And as a plus, a creature of that span to go through this area, despite being surrounded close to a lot of woods, it's very interesting to note that possibly. But at the same time, this is just another story of a million stories involving Dogman. I would love to know the whereabouts, or at least the information of who had written this testimony to the Phantoms and Monsters forum, because personally, if there has been history of a werewolf in the area, quote unquote, that I would love to know more of the backstory of this place. Possibly, maybe there is a connection or barrow. I mean, there is a grid line, I believe, that can connect through all the woodlands of all across the U.S. Maybe it's a similar pattern, or there is just a Dogman within that radius. And this takes place on Mango Road, a long, narrow road. So it is pretty interesting, to say the least. I know I keep saying that word, but really, when you hear stories like that, it makes you wonder. But that is that one case. And like I said, if you are a Hillsborough County resident or you happen to know anything within that area east of Tampa, please always feel free to send a comment, or if you would like to submit a story. Like I said, the purpose of the shows are to retrieve data and to showcase data. And I feel for a place like Hillsborough, with a name like that, there is more to it. There was another sighting in Tampa, this time in more of the city environment. It was given, again, on a cryptozoology forum, of a homeless man who had seen what appeared to be a half man, half creature naked. And he was with his dog, and they were walking down an alley, and they had seen this half naked, half man look like was wearing a wolf mask or something. For all we know, that story could probably just be a bit of a fake story. I could be wrong. I'm not trying to say this in a negative sense, but a homeless man sees a creature like this, or supposedly, and that some things may not add up, such as if it's half naked, half man wearing a wolf mask. It could be someone wearing a mask. It could have been naked, but really maybe it wasn't. Maybe because it took place at night, it was hard to tell. But really, I mean, I'm not saying, and like I mentioned in 10 minutes ago when I first did the episode discussion briefly about them being seen in residential areas, and of course we're talking about Tampa here, I would feel that in a sense that it's possible, but a homeless man, and there's no mention at all. I'll also bring up the story as well in the description, of the dog getting nervous. I would feel if it was a dog man, a dog would really get nervous. You hear stories all the time of how dogs start to bark uncontrollably. They start to whimper and start to, if they're outside, they'll beg to come inside or they'll just be terrified. And it's one of those situations where I would feel that if there was more to the case, that this dog would be terrified, as this homeless man had seen it. But I'm also, at the same time, I'm not denying it. It could possibly have happened, yes, but at the same time, who knows for sure? There's just not enough information for me to clarify. It's on the map for a purpose to say this may have happened, but other than that, though, that there's nothing else we can add to it until there's more information, which I highly doubt there is. Now we're going to exit through Tampa and we're going to transition to Ocala National Forest, just east of it towards Astor Park. Was an encounter that happened. Another one submitted through the Phantoms and Monsters forum was a report involving a man seeing a creature that, as he claimed to call it, half bear wolf creature, but at the same time called it evil. I'll read the story and you guys can check it out in the description. All the stories we're talking about tonight, just so everybody knows, is going to be in the description if you want to read the full report. There's summaries on the maps, which I'm looking at right now, which is what I'm reading off of, so just so you guys know. But if you are interested in reading the full stories, I'll leave them in the description. Go right ahead, guys. They're very interesting. But basically, this case happened, and as I go on to say, there were no lights on the road, but their headlights illuminated a creature standing on the side of the road, looking across towards the other side of the road. As they were approaching it, never looked into the headlights, but kept staring across the road. The description was a bipedal wolf-like creature that appeared to be predominantly bare-skinned. Though there was no hair on some of the parts of the body, they described the face as evil, with visible teeth. It was very tall. So a report involving a kind of one of those out-of-the-ordinary type Dogman encounters. You have a creature staring at the other side of the road, but not making eye contact with the moving vehicle. The headlights illuminating onto the creature's eye shine, and more importantly, the creature itself. And to me, that's very interesting how it was not moving at all. And something to me that stands out is possibly this creature, I'm sure it knew that there was an oncoming vehicle. Clearly there was headlights, two lights flashing left to right coming towards it. However, at the same time, I'm sure it was probably looking at something, possibly prey, and was more focused. It sounds to me this case there was more of a focus. This creature was on task, but it knew that there was an oncoming vehicle. That's something that I think would be pretty clear. So again, another very curious case of a mysterious creature like that just happened to just, and the description of it, and I just, before I move on, the description, a predominantly bare-skinned, and not bear as in bear, but like B-A-R-E. So could this have been a Dogman type, maybe close to the hyena, where there's much similar to your normal hyenas, very little fur, but bare skin? And something to me that stands out is that there are canine variants that resemble Dogmen like that, and could possibly have been. Could a Dogman have been in that area, hyena-looking one, and whatever it was looking at? Curiosity bites the eye, doesn't it? Now, looking at the Google map of this place, Ocala National Forest, very big national forest. Again, what I see in patterns here when it comes to Dogmen is that there is this ongoing thing with them being seen in national state parks, them using the trails through the state parks to go into certain forests, connecting through certain environments, which would make perfect sense for them to appear in residential communities, because in many forest trail lines, you eventually cross paths with a neighborhood, a backyard of a neighborhood that connects to this forest. It's happened multiple times in several cases. So this taking place in Ocala National Forest. Now, west, south, and east going towards Daytona Beach, you have residential communities. You have a small few pairs of towns, and also other state forests as well, like Tiger Bay, east of Ocala. So really, you have a lot of flat woodland right there for something to be roaming the woods. And if you're from this area, much like the Tampa area, Hillsborough County to be exact, feel free. If you have any information or if you would like to submit something in reference, please. And as well, I think it's pretty safe to say that there is something there, whatever it is, we don't know. But by Ocala National Forest, there definitely is some sort of mystery, a very big one to be exact. Lakeland, Florida, right around Dundee. Another case involving a dogman in Polk County, a huge quadrupedal wolf with a muscular chest. When we hear stories about a quadruped dogman, one that can walk on all fours and run on all fours, we instantly think of our werewolf Hollywood lore. We instantly think of a very unnatural creature, something of that manner to be exact. So for this case, I'm pretty surprised because it reminds me of the Bray Road Beast, because this was seen on consecutive nights. It was on this specific road, and to me, this is almost similar. Polk County, on consecutive nights while traveling on the same stretch of road, a wolf-like creature ran in front of his car on all fours. It was huge. Its back was 4 feet from the ground and had a large, well-developed muscular chest, which tapered dramatically towards the abdomen and flanks. It also had a large, bushy tail. Another Phantoms and Monsters submission as well, and something to me that, like I said, besides the quadruped discussion, a bushy tail. And it might not sound relevant because for some people out there, they might be thinking, well, a dog man possibly has a tail, in which they do. There have been reports where some have been seen with a tail. There have been reports where some haven't. In this case, this one was seen with one. Another thing I wanted to also make mention of was that even though that this was seen on all fours, it had a well-developed muscular chest. I believe that there are some dogmen out there that are naturally, their movement is to be walking on all fours, that of your typical wolf or your typical dog. Whereas compared to bipedal ones, in this case, maybe this was that, and a muscular chest, even though it's on all fours, there's not enough cardio in the abdomen, I guess you could say, to move forward compared to a bipedal one. I could be wrong, but definitely something to make awareness of, because no matter what, these are very muscular creatures. They do have a very important span, which stands out to me. And when we look at this area, there is very close residential housing and, more importantly, woodland. And off of this narrow road, there is enough space, much like the other case we discussed, that you can see something definitely roaming these forest areas. So much like that, if you're in that area, if you happen to have any thought process or stories you'd like to submit about it, please feel free to go ahead and to submit them now. Another case that was very interesting to me, and I think it's incredible how a lot of these cases, there's a lot of residential closing to it as opposed to a lot of flat land, only the next house is about a half a mile away type stories. And dogmen being seen in residential areas, I think, is becoming more and more common, even though that to this day, I'm still on the fence with it there and there, but still very, very well aware of it, that it's a possibility. Now, the last story I want to talk about before we wrap things up with the encounters is in Sarasota, Florida, Southwest. Now, this story I wanted to save for last because to me this is a very interesting case. This case is once more submitted through the Phantoms and Monsters forum, but also it has a very unknown vibe to it, which has intrigued me to say the least. Southwest Florida, Howls and Strange Carnage is what's labeled. As I sat there, you could hear the dogs in the neighborhood begin to bark. Then everything got quiet. A lone howl started, so I howled back. I do this rather well. I'd watch Nat Geographic and would mimic wolf cries. Anyway, this went on for about 5 minutes, and each time the howl from the other end got closer, down the road are train tracks that run on north to south. The sounds seemed to come from that direction. I started to get spooked as the howling stopped. Our yard had bushes and a tree on the side where the sound came from. The hair on my arms and neck started to stand up, so I felt like I should go in. And as I stood, I heard movement by the bushes, and I glanced over and saw something move. I didn't wait to want to see what it was, so I booked it into the house, and I stood by the door, which had glass panes on it. I watched as something very large and dark moved around the bushes. It moved away, and I could no longer see it from my vantage point. I went to the front porch to look out the windows, hoping to get a good look at whatever it was there. However, it never came out that way. So I went to the bed and read a book for a little bit to calm down. About less than an hour later, my brother came home. He came to my room, and as white as paper, he looked at me, shaking all over, his eyes the size of saucers. I asked him if he was okay. My brother is the sort of guy with no explanation of anything unusual. He's a very big guy, so for him to be in this state of mind was very abnormal. He said, I need you to come with me right now, and I'll explain. We got in the truck. I was still dressed, so I got up and went with him. When we got outside, I asked what was going on, and he had told me that there was something in the road by the tracks, and he needed to show me first. I was still unpleasant about the experience I had earlier. As we got there, it looked as if something had exploded all over the road. There was blood everywhere, and as something was mowed down in that spot. But there was no body parts anywhere, except for a couple. My brother related then what he had seen coming down the road. I was coming home as I got closer to the tracks, and there was this huge thing lying on the road. I thought it must have been a mastiff or a Great Dane in the road, but as I pulled up to it, it didn't look like a dog I'd ever seen. It was hairy. Its head and nose was twice the size of a dog, and the body wasn't a dog just like dog-like, but much, much bigger. It was all over the place. There was an arm on the road. Not a dog, a human arm to be exact. There was no trace of anything. We got there, and it was only minutes that it took us to get there. I said to get the hell out of there now, and we went back home. I told him what I experienced just before he got home. A couple of days later, my sister came to me, and she had said the same thing of seeing a large dog prowling around at night. You can read the rest of the story at Phantoms and Monsters forum. Again, another description. I will put a link in there. But another case which to me stands out the most for a couple of reasons. One, when I look at this case, I think of the fact that if the information, and the information I basically just read, the encounter, is basically all you see in the Phantoms and Monsters forum. But if there was a large dog prowling the grounds, was this dog, did it attack somebody? Was it something unmarked? And was there one had a brief scruffle with something or someone and was killed, and or was it ran over? They didn't say that it was around the train tracks. It was right around the tracks, but it wasn't hit by the train. I would feel that if that was the case, that then there would be a widespread information be addressed in reference to that situation. But this taking place in a town that has a lot of residents, it truly amazed me that this would happen in a matter of seconds. And the fact that there was a previous encounter just 1 hour prior to this revelation, that to me says, well, they're around this area, and there's enough woodland if you look at the photos of the Google Maps that really do determine that there is a lot of things out there. And just south of it is the Myakka River State Park. So there could be more of them in that area. The story took place in the 1980s, and there wasn't a follow-up. It was just revealed as this story, whether the original eyewitness told it to the Phantoms and Monsters forum, or this was recovered from a previous encounter from a forum years ago. We don't know. But what we do know is that this was a report, and much like all the reports I talked about tonight, they can either go as genuine or they are just stories, just to get people going, so to speak. So really, it's basically a matter of it being up to you guys what you would think. If everything I've discussed here in encounters, do you believe or not believe, that is your own opinion? Everyone has different opinions, and we respect them easily. But again, when it comes to the whole Dogman aspect, when we look at places like Florida or Tampa or Sarasota to be exact, there's this recurring pattern where we keep to see more encounters in residential communities as opposed to seeing them in and woods and forests are typical places we'd see them. And something to me that really fascinates me about all these encounters is that they all have their own unique touch to it. They're all very strange encounters. And for some who are skeptical, I can totally understand, for example, the case I just discussed involving the exploded Dogman or what appears to be one on the road. A skeptic can probably say to themselves, well, that sounds something out of a movie, or it sounds too far-fetched. One of the biggest things we look out for here is the whole evidence perspective. While there's no evidence, these are just encounters submitted through a form to a Google map, I can say that it wouldn't be no surprise, though, if there were situations like this. However, at the time of these encounters, with the exception of two encounters I believe were more modern, the one with the quadruped dogman and the other involving in Akala to be more modern eyewitness reports, as opposed to these other two, the one in the 90s and the one in the 80s. But really, my point here is that all of these encounters happened, and they're not too far from each other. They're all about close to about half an hour to about an hour and a half to 2 hours away from apart from one another, the farthest being close to Akala National Park, going towards Orlando. Now, in general, with a lot of reports with Dogman, everyone asks the $1 million question of, well, did it really happen? Did it exist? And I ask those questions repeatedly because those are the questions I feel need to be addressed in a manner, and prioritizing what we do research-wise. We want to make the best and make everything relevant as possible. So for Florida to have such a span of encounters, even though that there's not a lot, it makes me wonder that there could be more out there, in which I want to talk about a few of them. So if you have any questions or if you have any comments about the encounters, please feel free to jot them down now because we're done talking about them. Possibly whatever one you like best. Personally, I think the most intriguing one to me is the one with the body on the road in Sarasota, because that to me is a very cliffhanger, I guess you could say, for the lack of a better term, story, because I want to know more about it. I want to know if there's more towards the location, if there's a whole jotting down of it, because to me, a place like that really does stand out. One that just to really, in my opinion, it has a nice notion to it. So for me, that's just, if I wanted to investigate a place that has some mysterious phenomenon, first it would be Sarasota and work my way up. Especially the one in Hillsborough with the werewolf hitting the car. So with that being said, I want to talk about a few other places. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to just go through the state of Florida, and I'm going to mark places that don't have a lot of encounters, but I want to, or in general, any encounters, and I want to talk a little bit about some of their environments that could possibly lead to some encounters, or a place where if you do know that had an encounter, please feel free to submit, or in general, just comment it. Now, I want to start off towards Miami. And the reason why I wanted to touch base with Miami is because we all know Miami, the most notorious city in Florida, has a lot of wildlife reserves surrounding it west and even in the south, the Everglades, for example. Now, we're crossing skunk ape territory here, and the skunk ape isn't our topic tonight, but we know the Everglades very well. The Francis St. Taylor Wildlife Reserve, the Everglades Francis S. Taylor Wildlife Reserve as well, Big Cypress National Preserve, the Fakahashi Strand State Preserve. Could a Dogman possibly be in this area? Well, I believe so. They could. I noticed, and when I look at some of the photographs of some of these reserves, that there's enough land here for one of these things to definitely come in contact with a so-called environment of that capacity. However, at the same time, being documented, it's hard to mention because we don't know for sure. Going north, we have the J.W. Corbett Wildlife Management Area. Now, there's a gap of a river. We have in the area Port Mayaca. You have Buckhead Ridge. You have all these other small places here. And to me, that's a sign to also stating that if a Dogman were to come through here, it can easily just cross through the river stream or in general. Then you have Fort Myers and Cape Coral, west of Miami, and nothing here, but a lot of people can always mention from time to time these state parks. Though there may not be information right now, there could possibly some in the future. And I would feel that I would look into some of your wildlife rules. I would look into some of the state park rules, what the state park rangers, what their, if certain areas are looked into or not, and possibly there is something out there. We don't know for sure in this case. But with Florida, there is no second of it. There's no chance that there is something that could possibly be moving along. Now, I want to transition a little south of Sarasota, going towards Port Charlotte. We have the Babcock Ranch Preserve, the Charlotte Harbor Preserve State Parks, and this is also west of J.W. Corbett Wildlife. So we went up a little bit, up northern, a little close, right next to Fort Myers. Again, place right here. Now, Sarasota is northwest of where Charlotte Harbor Preserve State Park is. It's no question, and the Mayaca River State Park as well, north. You have a case here just north of Bound, and this is the train tracks. Would a Dogman be able to go through these connectors? Absolutely. Now, everything I'm saying here is just my opinion. I'm not saying this is fact. I'm not saying this is 100%. This is just my own analysis. Basically, the state of Florida has a lot of activity up north from west to east, and mostly in the south, besides the Sarasota encounter. That's the only real relevant one that I personally have seen a lot of activity in. I have spoken to several Florida researchers, a couple of whom have shared their stories on Dogman encounters and other various podcasts. I unfortunately am not allowed to really specify a lot of the other encounters, and I know what a lot of people are going to say right now. It's like, oh, well, there really is no encounter. It's all put on for show. Absolutely not. And I want to get into that a little bit towards the end of the show, but what I'm saying here is simple. I'm not posting content here on this show to put out and say, oh, it's fake or whatever. Everyone has their own mindset and they can make up their own mind about it, but it's always good to showcase an encounter and a story and go from there, similar to how the Format Vic does it. But also, too, because there's not permission allowed. The only people that have permission are the researcher who spoke to the eyewitness, and any other second or third party out there is not allowed to. And that's just for the sake being of it's not to be spoken of for whatever reason. Researchers can obviously talk about this, but other than that, though, it's kind of down to the point. And surely, plenty of Florida researchers out there, I'm sure, whatever the case may be, when it comes to Dogman, it's still part of data, okay? And that's what we want to look at the end of the day here. Encounters are encounters, but the data of where each encounter is and to go out there and to simply research is where our main part of the field comes into. Take it, for example, Hillsborough County, the werewolf that landed on the hood of the car. That's a case right there that if some residents or people who do follow Dogman content and either know or never heard of this Hillsborough County encounter will simply say, okay, well, that's interesting. But then there's researchers who can go out to Hillsborough and consider investigating. I don't know the rules in each county, but I'm sure that there is a lot of private property. There are restrictions. I don't want to encourage people to go out there and to simply research and then get in trouble. That's not our purpose here. Our purpose is to simply go ahead and talk to people, let them know what's up in each state, basically, in a sense. Maybe not the right terms to characterize it as, but basically, I get there's people all the time who have always asked about if there any activity in certain states, such as Arizona and all that. I'm like, of course there is. There's always going to be activity. Each state in the United States, currently looking at this map, and also looking at a couple other resources, Dogman is in almost every state. maybe 48 out of 50. Before we sign off tonight, I just want to talk about a couple things that caught my attention last week when I did my other upload. Well, early this week, so to speak. I noticed that a lot of you guys who had watched my content had noticed a couple of things that were probable errors in my own end. But I just want to point this out to some people, okay? I don't do these shows to be unprofessional. More importantly, I don't do these shows to make everyone here feel that, oh, he does a lazy job or this and that. And I know for some people, like say, oh, just ignore the haters and all the naysayers. Well, here's the point of why I'm doing this. You see, the negative comments and the negativity that I see, it's just not going to fly here. You don't like my show. That's fine. That's your own opinion. That's perfect. Okay? Thank you for being honest. But if we're going to go to the comment section and act like we're in preschool, don't watch my show. Just don't. Go to somewhere else where you feel you'll have better acknowledgement or better resource. Even though that I present the same resources, I just tell it from a different perspective versus sitting down and interviewing somebody. I could still do that, but this is also something that is a little different. Point being, don't like my show, don't watch. I'm not saying this to make people feel that, oh, get a little too hefty here or trying to stir a fight. No, that's not the purpose here. I'm here to simply just discuss this briefly because I feel that with a lot of you who do like my show, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't as resourceful or understanding. And a lot of people who watch my show. Surely there were some times in my content where it was unprofessional due to audio or due to slip-ups or saying of something and then getting sidetracked. It happens. We're human. Nobody's perfect. You don't think Vic or Dee or Wes ever sidetracked or made a slip-up? I mean, that's just hypocritical if you think it would be just me. Or you even, more importantly. But with that being said, I want to thank everyone who watches the show and does enjoy these shows. I do apologize for it being so late. It's almost a month since I last uploaded a Dogman State episode. So I do appreciate your time and patience, and I'm happy to at least do this now. And I'm also very happy to continue doing these shows. Almost 75K in subscribers. Well, 77.5K. But it's incredible. I mean, you guys, I really do thank you guys for doing, tuning into the show and always listening. I always try to make these shows somewhat enjoyable and also very important and resourceful towards what we're doing here. But at the same time, not every episode is going to contain what we want to hear. Every episode is going to be different. And I think we can all agree on that as well. Tonight's episode being a little shorter, but I hope you all enjoyed the show. I hope you all had a great listen in. And next week, we're going to be doing a new state. We're going to be touching base in a state I think you all would love very much. I think this is one of my favorite states, and that state is none other than Kentucky. Kentucky is our next state. I feel that this state will have a lot to discuss and a lot of history behind it. So with that being said, guys, I will see you all next week. And if you guys are interested, feel free. We have a link. If you want to join a Facebook group, Dogman Research, feel free to join the group if you wish. And if you would like to leave a donation, totally up to you. We are not doing our YouTube partnership due to the constant demonetization that YouTube has done to various cryptid content creators, as well as other miscellaneous non-related creators. You all have a great evening. Take care.
Yeah, man, that howl and them teeth was pretty good there, Ryan. Thanks, bro. I appreciate y'all. Hey, love my fam. Ooh, man. That was a good episode y'all done there for the Venomous Friends, Ryan. That really was. I'm gonna have to. Let me see something. Margate, I got. There we go. Guess what, Margate? You got a raise. You got mods now. I know I can trust you. Margate, if you want, since you got mods now, if you want, you can drop the link for your channel in the stream, and I'll play one of your videos for you. Just for God's sake, no copyrighted materials. But you do have mods now, Margate. Hey, Margate's awesome. Hey, you want to drop your link to your channel on one of your videos in here, Margate? I'll play it for you if you want. You do some awesome work. I can see that, Ron. Ooh, I can see that. So you and Chris work on them together? I know that you do a lot of your video, do some of the video editing and all. I'm waiting to see if Margate gonna drop a link to one of his videos to play it. Imagine he's looking right now. I don't have time to be doing a bunch of research on stuff. Hell, I'm not even really sure how to do all that. I got so many good such good artwork and stuff he's showing. Shit, I can't equal that. All right. There we go. Margate got it going now. By God. See, I have faith in you, Margate. Hey. All righty. Let's go to StreamYard. Share screen. Ooh, my God. All right, everybody. It's Margate Marauders channel.
Hi guys, I'm back outside on the beach, taking my daily exercise. As you can see, the tide's right out at the moment, which leaves all the chalk showing. And it's another lovely day, nice and warm. Starting to go a bit stir crazy with this lockdown. We are still allowed to come out once a day for a walk. So what I wanted to do today was show you this building. Now it's called the Nayland Rock Hotel. It was built in 1885 and it was a really luxurious hotel in its time, one of the best on the coast. It was used by wealthy Victorians and it was the place to be. Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones, he used the venue for his parents' golden wedding anniversary in 1990. And Charlie Chaplin stayed here once. It was a really prestigious place. But when people started travelling abroad on cheap flights, the hotel started to not be used and it went into a bit of disrepair. In 2005, it was filled with asylum seekers and it rapidly went downhill. There was a fire there in 2018. Nobody was hurt, but it did a lot of damage. You can probably hear the clock tower in the background there. And you can see there are people about still, guys, but we got a letter today from the Prime Minister, who unfortunately is in intensive care himself, saying that we are still allowed out once a day for exercise. Rupert. You can see it's in a bit of a bad way. The bar end's been renovated. This end needs a lot of looking after. These were the steps that go down into the beach. Ropes coming up. I think these were old fountains that have seen better days. I'm going to walk around the front of it as well, guys, just to show you it from the other side. That's the extent of the hotel there. And this area sat abandoned for many years, and then it was turned into a cocktail bar. There'll be a DJ playing loud music at the back there. There's food stalls here. And on a day like today, this time of year, this place would be buzzing. The bus you can see is a cafe. And the memorial there of the lifeboat man is dedicated to those who died. Out at sea. I'll take one last look along the seafront, guys. Roots, come this way. It's an old Victorian pool there, saltwater pool. It fills up with fresh water every time the tide comes in. Right, we'll put Roots on the lead. Come here, mate. Guys, stay here. Don't lose dirt on Andy. Hang on, guys. That's it. Oh, sorry about that. Well, there's the sun that's shielding at us now, but quite a lot of cars were in. Shouldn't really be. And this pub, the Shakespeare, it's also been empty for a while. I've been keeping my eye on it, looking for an entrance. Nothing yet. Hopefully the time will come. We're now at the front of the Name and Rock Hotel. It says no vacancies on the door. I came here, guys, one night for an official ghost hunt. It's meant to be very haunted. The cellar was used during World War II as a bomb shelter. And there's an old smuggler's tunnel that leads from the cellar onto the beach. Nothing much happened on the night I went. You can see, guys, this is a fully functioning hotel. People stay here. I wouldn't want to stay here. They're planning to renovate it this year, so they're going to need to spend a lot of money. Ambulances all the time. Just going to step back from it, guys, so you can see it. Right, guys, well, I'm going to head back down onto the beach. Let Ruth have a run. Enjoy the time in the sun. It's a strange feeling. I'm a landscape gardener, so I'm normally outside all the time. And to be stuck in constantly, it gets you down, but you've got to do it for the sake of the people working on the front line. At least as it is, we can still get out for a breath of fresh air at the moment. I know things might change. But yeah, it just makes you appreciate life. Simple things mean so much. Right, stay safe, guys. Catch you all soon.
Yeah, there wasn't no strike involved, so that was a plus. Huh. All right. Oh yeah. It blowed my hair out of place, by God. Ooh. I wonder where Ryan's at. By God. All right, everybody. This is Clowns, Cryptids, and Paranormal Investigators. Our investigations. You running us a marathon today, showing videos from different content creators. Showed one of mine. Hope you enjoying the show so far. You like the content. Hope you like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to hit the like button, as I'd rather to get the thumb than the finger. By God. So, we're gonna see about getting one from the Venomous Fringe. Notice I was gonna play one for Holly, but I'll do that today and start out first thing with one for Holly. Yeah, I'll do a couple. Y'all get a chance, look up Holly's lore on YouTube. Her and her husband Eric are absolutely wonderful people. There we go.
We live in a very
Let's see. Now I gotta go over one. By God. What?
mysterious world, one that's filled with. We live in a very mysterious world, one that's filled with mystery, and we cannot explain certain things. My name is Chris French, and I'm a cryptozoologist and paranormal researcher. In tonight's show, we focus on the unknown. Come join me as we discuss the mystery of our world. And you're listening to The Venomous Fringe. Prepare yourselves as we dive into the madness of the mystery of our world. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and you're listening to The Venomous Fringe. It's great to have you all on this Saturday night, and I want to welcome you all to this show. Tonight's episode, we're going to be discussing the Lizardman of Scape or a Swamp. I find the Lizardman cryptid to be one of those more ambiguous creatures because of how mysterious it is. And this is one of those creatures that isn't necessarily seen in relevance to that of Dogman or Bigfoot, meaning that there isn't really a lot of encounters on this creature. And tonight I'm going to read you guys some encounters that happened in the South Carolina region. I'm labeling it as the Lizardman of South Carolina because this is the only region and the only state in the U.S. that has apparently had these Lizardman sightings. Now, interestingly enough, this is a cultural phenomenon now. It was first sighted in July of 1988, June 1988, excuse me. And since then, the last 31 years, there's been a huge bit of a cultural phenomenon with the Lizardman. And it wasn't really as relevant in the 90s. There was a few sightings then, and there was a couple of incidents in the early 2000s and mid 2000s. And then recently in the 2010s, there was some footage that was released, and I'll be discussing all of that later on in the show, and I'll be giving you guys my insight. So tonight's show is going to consist of me giving you guys the overview, encounters, and origins and explanation of what this creature is. Like I said, the Lizardman is one of those ambiguous creatures, and I find it to be one of those cryptids that has a very strong interest. I know a lot of you have been asking me to do a Lizardman episode for a while now, and I think this is a perfect time. And more importantly, I mean, you have such a very fascinating creature. So we're going to be talking Lizardman tonight, and I hope you guys enjoyed tonight's show. And before we get going with the show, as always, guys, welcome, Fringeaholics. It's so great to see you guys. And for newcomers to the show, greetings and welcome. It's great to have you all here. And with that being said, here is an overview on the Lizardman of Scape or a Swamp. The Lizardman is a reptilian hominid, first reported in the late 1980s in Bishopville, South Carolina. The last 3 decades, hundreds of reports have been showcased about this mysterious hominid. The Lizardman is described as over 7 feet tall, has scaly skin, often green and dark, has also been reported with a tail, a stride of over 40 inches in length, and has red, glowingly vivid red eyes. Many who've often reported the Lizardman have been chased and often had vehicles attacked, chewed, or attempted to be attacked by this creature. Many have raised the question of what it could be, and many have often commented that it could be an alien, or perhaps it is a descendant of a reptilian like creature, perhaps in mythology such as the typhoon and the Glycon, or even possibly a descendant of the Kappa or the Loveland frog. But just what is this Lizardman creature? Tonight's show, I will be reading encounters and showcasing some possible evidence and giving an explanation on what this mysterious hominid could possibly be. That a lizardman-like creature could be roaming uh, the forest regions of the southern U.S., and why would it be so relevant now, and how classified it could be. But the Lizardman is one of those cryptids that isn't as relevant as one could think. And when I was doing my research on this creature, I didn't really find a lot of evidence, and I didn't find a lot of stories submitted in over the course of like the first decade of when it was first publicly discussed. But they were later confirmed to be just fabricated to continue the Lizardman legend or the stories. And it was very unfortunate because I wanted to present them on the show because it involved someone shooting one of these creatures. And I mean, it just goes to show you how inappropriate, but maybe that's not the right term to use. But more importantly, a point is that when someone throws a bunch of BS into the fields, it does hurt the credibility of what we're trying to study. The What I would think of the Lizardman is no different than what I would think of another cryptid. We don't necessarily know what it is, but what we do know is that it is something of huge reptilian belief. And I just want to just go ahead and say that I don't want this to distract us from the fact of the reptilian people, or the pronounced of David Icke's reptilian conspiracy theory. I think the lizard man and these reptilian people are two separate entities, and I use that term wisely. So we're not talking about the reptilian people. I want to do a show on that, but it's a very controversial topic. So if you guys are up for that challenge and you guys want me to do an episode on that, let me know in the comment section down below. But I just wanted to be clear that we're not talking about the reptilian people. We're talking about the lizard man. So there's two different discussions we're talking here. And personally, I find the lizard man to kind of be a bit of a silly term. I hate to be vague, but I feel that that just kind of makes the credibility also kind of in poor taste, because lizard man or the lizard we think of in pop culture, whether it's the comics or whether it's just in television with villains and other villains created in fiction, the lizard man, I guess. But that's just my personal preference. But for this lizard man cryptid, there are a couple of sightings that were pretty up close and personal, and then there's also a few that were not really necessarily lizard men. I'll go into the detail about them and explain them and go from there. But basically, this was a pretty interesting ordeal of each of these encounters. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to read you guys the encounters, and let me know what you guys think.
Hey folks, Chris Kramer with Bill Kramer GM, and we understand the current circumstances that we're all temporarily dealing with, and we want you to know that we're open, and if we need to, we'll pick up your car and deliver.
The Lizard Man sightings began in the summer of 1988. Throughout the duration of that summer, hundreds of eyewitnesses were coming forward telling local police about the mysterious green creature that lurked into the night. The following reports were reported in Bishopville, South Carolina, as follows. One of the first reports to hit the news happened in mid-June. Christopher Davis was leaving his fast food job in the early hours of the morning en route home. Driving alongside a quiet road in Lee County, his tire had burst, forcing Davis to pull over his car and proceed to investigate the fracture. He proceeded upon changing the flat tire. Davis throughout the process had felt an unnerving presence, as if he was being watched. He felt this presence and was nearly uncomfortable. When he had replaced the tire, Suddenly, a mysterious hominid had emerged from behind him, and Davis, petrified, had rushed into the car and proceeded to speed off. He goes on to say, and I quote, "I had just finished putting the tire in the trunk when this thing came from behind the trees, about 50 yards away, kicking up dust as it ran. Instantly, while leaving, the creature had reached for the door. I wasn't drinking. I know what I saw," Davis goes on to say when stressing of the encounter. Davis was going roughly 40 miles per hour in his 76 Celica, going as fast as he could, trying to leave the scene of this mysterious creature. I looked into the rearview mirror and saw something. Then I heard a crash on the roof. The creature then proceeded to latch onto the roof and find a way to try and get inside. Davis then pulled the car in reverse and began to swerve and roll the car in reverse as much as he could to try and get the creature off the top of his car. And luckily, it fell off the roof, and it then vanished into the night. The following day, Christopher had reported his story to the authorities, and from there, reporters wanted to interview the young man and share his story. To prove that he wasn't lying, Christopher took a polygraph test. The results came back that he had indeed passed, that there was no deception indicated for all of his questions. Over the week and a few weeks so on, many other eyewitnesses would come forward and share their stories of the mysterious Lizardman. Weeks before the event with the Davis encounter, a few men walking around Lee County's forest, around the Scape Array trails, were chased off by a mysterious reptilian-like creature while fetching water from a stream nearby. The report was often regarded as the first sighting of the mysterious Lizardman, but both men coming forward following the Davis testimony. You know, this young man had a very interesting encounter with something that at the time he couldn't explain. And unfortunately, he had passed away 10 years ago. So he is no longer here and able to speak about the encounter, unfortunately. But, you know, he had had this encounter in the very early hours of the morning. And he was leaving from work to go back home and encountered this creature. And it's pretty interesting because this guy gets a flat tire, and the flat tire happens on this road. Now, this photograph here that you're looking at is actually a photograph of the former sheriff who was dispatched to a lot of these reports of a Lizardman and pointed where the sighting took place. So, compared to 1988 to now, because this photo was taken as seen in 2004, so roughly 16 years then. But the whole point is that whatever, and at the time of this road and how different it was compared to then and now, I mean, it's very easy for something to appear from the bush and the wood line. You can see something around this area, and it definitely is of interest. So I find that to be the most interesting part about that portion of the encounter. And the fact is that this young man, he sits there and he is fixing his tire and he feels this unnerving presence. I have been in many situations, especially when I was in the Pine Barrens, and there was an incident where I felt very nauseous, I felt very uncomfortable, I felt being watched, and I was with a few other people. And we immediately backed out of the area and we actually went closer towards civilization of the Barrens because of how unnerving we were, how we felt. And the Barrens extends almost several different counties. So mind you, the closest region is Ocean County to get into the Barrens. But not to get off topic, you know, Christopher, he sits there and he's fixing this vehicle, and of course he has this unnerving presence on him. And the uncommon factor of being so uncomfortable and feeling like you're being watched is a very scary situation. And it doesn't have to be a cryptid encounter. I'm sure a lot of you in the chat and even listening now will know that you have felt a presence of being watched, or you feel a very uncomfortable presence. And this has been seen so many times in cryptid reports, and it makes me wonder how so relevant and close they are to each other in terms of, do they have this infrasound or this connection, this ability to make us feel uncomfortable and not make us feel as if, we are safe around them, in which I don't think any other case would think of that as being safe. But this was pretty much one of those cases that just truly stood out the most, and it was the first and most prominent case. And I think the most interesting part about it was the fact that even though that this young man is driving in an old car at the time, literally 12 years old, and back then I think cars, because they were not computerized yet, were more of a hassle, and of course you had to go through so much just to get parts and restore it, fix it, and it was rust. He was doing 40 miles the most on this road, and this creature just keeps up and just happens to get on top of the roof. His escape out of it was simply pulling in reverse, as I mentioned. And we've heard this before in some Dogman cases. We've heard it before in a few other hominid cases of creatures chasing after vehicles and somehow finding a way to get onto the roof. Something tells me that this creature wanted to attack this guy, and luckily for him, he was able to dodge this creature and he got out alive. So that's a good thing. And personally, in my opinion, for someone like that to get out of something courageous, it's pretty nice. And it's good that he was able to escape that, because to me, it would be very traumatic and something that will stick with you forever. Now, I want to present to you guys a photograph, or not a photo, it's a sketch. It's a nice little sketch of what Christopher had written in the police report when he was given the testimony. This is the sketch. This is the original drawing that he had drawn to the police that showcased what this thing was. Now you can see clearly that this does not look like your typical human being. You have 3 fingers, and he mentioned how this thing had been kicking up in the dust as it ran. So this thing has to have very strong calves and feet that are able to kick up as if you were jogging and keep doing the kick-ups when running. So this is something that was of interest to me when the testimony was coming back. But let me know what you guys think about that. That's the Christopher Davis story. And sadly, he did pass away. I don't need to go into detail, but he's long gone. And it sucks because, this was somebody who was very prominent in the field, even though it was something what to him might have been very little, but beneficial for those who like the stories of the Lizardman. The next case that happened after that, but it happened weeks before, was when these individuals who were in the Scape Ore swamp area were going through a spring, and they went to just get a water jug. Now, I believe this incident happened in the late hours. This wasn't actually the incident that happened during the day. And they were in the swamp area, and they were getting the water. And this creature comes out and chases them out of the area. And we've heard of the cases of cryptids chasing people out of territory for their own reasons. And this is yet again another case of that being possible. They did try to attack them. I'm sure that there was quite an instance of what could have been foul play. I don't know for sure, but it's definitely one that stood out to me because it's probably the only case I have on here that involves this creature chasing people on foot. Everything else is either in a vehicle or there's no parties involved, like this next case I'm going to talk about. But I just felt that these first 2 cases were pretty compelling. And this is basically what started the whole testimonies of people who were going to come forward eventually and talk about what they had seen. The following case happened July 14th in Browntown, South Carolina. A few weeks after the Davis incident, Tom and Mary Way's Ford vehicle was reportedly chewed up as if something had entered the garage and viciously tore the front of the car. Police were called to the scene and had been heavily disturbed by what they had found. It's common. Investigating the damaged car, it was all scratched up. The hood ornament was broken. The chrome molding had been torn away from the fenders. The antenna was bent, and several wires had been ripped out of the motor. The following images are the official reported photos of the mysterious chewed-up Ford. You can see in this image that the wiring was pulled and laid out on the garage floor. The next image showcases molding that had been chewed, which a large predator would have to have sharp teeth in order to pierce the metal and heavy strength. Investigators had seen paw prints, as seen in this image, and assumed that a cat had gotten under the hood of the car, possibly to hide. Reportedly, before this incident, within the areas of the sightings of Bishop and Browntown, there were reports of missing animals and the discovery of mutilated animals and killed livestock within the month duration. It was widely believed that a cat had been running away from this creature, and the creature managed to find it, but it was well hidden under the hood to where the creature would have to rip apart the wiring in order to get it. This would explain the damaged motor and the wiring all over. But as for the tire wheels, it's widely believed and possibly that this creature probably tried to find a way to reach the cat prior, but to no avail. It would make perfect sense in a way, because a creature such as a lizard-like hominid would probably had to have considered the thought of how to get through to retrieve its prey. What do you guys think of this damaged vehicle? Was it the Lizardman, or was this a large cat that had the strength to tear apart this Ford? This case here is one of the first few reports of people calling in telling about their vehicles being chewed up. And the images I'm presented here are pretty interesting images. Now, I'm not saying that in these images this was a Lizardman. For all we know, that this is actually something totally different. It could be an actual other animal. Now, looking at some of the claw marks and some of the damage, the thing that really sticks out is that you're looking mostly at the fender here. And the fender is the only thing in the photographs that seem to have a lot of damage. The wiring you can hardly see except for when you see it on the ground. You cannot see the paw prints in the other image, and you cannot see much of the damage on the wheel bearing. But I will say this, though, that if it was a large predator that had damaged this Ford, it had to have had at least muscle put into it and strength. Now, there have been reports in the area around Browntown of several people, having seen the Lizardman prior. And some believe that the Lizardman was reported in the small town of Browntown, passing on through and was chasing prey. As I made mention, there was reports of mutilated mutilated animals, and it was a huge thing. Coroners were coming in, DNRs were called to the scenes. It was a pretty grisly situation, and like your typical cryptid attack, it's something of interest. But let me know what you guys think of these images. These are some pretty compelling images. If this is a Lizardman, it definitely is spooky, and it does make you wonder the amount of strength this creature has. But we're going to present to you guys another damaged vehicle in a couple of minutes. So let me know what you guys think. 10 days later, on the 24th, tracks were found around the Cape Ore swamp. Many believed it was a bear at first, but the tracks were mysterious in shape and length. Over 4 feet long and thin, a carpenter argued that the tracks were aligned in a straight procession, similar to that of a human being. The prints have been criticized for being fake, often reported to be a prank of someone making small indents to be a print of something for publicity. In each of these photographs, it looks like there is something that looks completely huge and totally unknown. When you look at some of the footprints for reptiles, You don't really see the amount of indents in the skin layers of the foot and feet itself. The base even doesn't look like your typical reptilian foot, but it does stand out to be of interest, and I will go back into it in just a little bit about these footprints. This photograph shows two sheriffs holding the footprint tracks. Many people believe that this was a cover-up or some sort of hoax for publicity in efforts of spreading the infamous Lizardman craze to help get the public going. It did attract many people who were attended to a local radio news station's reward of $1 million. They wanted to try and put it in a cage if captured for publicity and to make profit out of it. But of course, like regular dumbfounded teenagers are, they skipped school and missed a lot of days trying to do such task, going into the Escape Array swamp to try and capture this mysterious lizard man. What do you think these tracks are? And could they have possible interest of a mysterious creature known as the infamous Lizard Man?
The search for the fugitives known as the Devil's Rejects resulted in a...
Another report happened in the mid-90s. A motorist claimed to have been chased by a reptilian-like creature not too far from Lee County, where the first sightings originated from. It was around dusk, and the motorist claims that he was going over 50 miles per hour. This thing managed to keep up. It was very dark, and the motorist had been going north towards Charleston, heading home. Upon passing by the Array swamp, he felt that he had heard something devious, as if something was trying to get his attention. He turned his head to see a pair of red eyes seconds later chasing him. The most scariest thing in my life, and quite personally, I never want to run into that son of a gun ever again. I could hear this thing's noises. It sounded like it was hissing, a menacing cobra hiss almost. The motorist was passing by the Escape Array swamp and he had ran into the Lizard Man. And I find this report to be quite of interest because this motorist was just driving on by and he was chased by this creature. Now, mind you, there's no mention of a bike, how old it is, what bike. For all we know, it could even just be a regular bicycle. But going 50 miles per hour on the nearest mountain bike around that time, I don't think would be as accurate. But really, if it was a regular bike, for as 50 miles per hour as fast as you can go, and mind you, on that road, to be careful and stuff, to have something chase you like that. The freakiest thing about this case, though, was the fact that he had heard it hiss. Now, it was quite possible that this cryptid or something of that interest would possibly hiss or make a noise of that interest, but it definitely does stand out, and it's one that's truly interested me. And I think that if that is indeed true, that this creature does do this, that it is one that would make perfect sense, because a cobra, a snake, and just in general is a reptilian, so wouldn't this thing want to do the same thing? It's only normal to say yes, but we don't know for sure. It hissed, he was freaked out, and luckily he got away. I take it that there was no subsequent encounters from him, as there's no other mention of this individual. So that is the motorist encounter. Another report from teenagers back in the late 90s, when they were visiting the Array swamp to conceal the local legend, whether it was true or false. The teenagers went around the local hours of 9 and 10, shining their flashlights into the night and searching for wherever they could find. They didn't find anything, however, but it wasn't until they were about to leave when something made a hissing sound and sounded very demonic. It came from the other side of the swamp area. The teens were startled and quickly hustled into the car, and in the midst of turning on the car and before accelerating off into the night, one teenager screamed as the teenagers turned their heads to the right. They noticed a pair of red eyes with large nails charging right at them. The car sped off out of the area, but the creature continued to chase the car. One teenager reported that the eye shine of this thing looked like it was something out of a satanic cult. The creature then vanished into thin air after a minute of chasing the car. The teens reported it to the local authorities the next day. So, this other report is very similar to the case involving Christopher Davis, and furthermore, this report is almost similar, of course, to that of the cyclist or the motorist who had that encounter. And in this case, the teenagers were driving at late hours in the swamp area and had this creature chase them. Very midst of a very proper case, I guess. It's one of those cases and mysteries that really just stays with you, I guess. This is one of those reports, though, that didn't really make a lot of buzz, and quite personally, it's definitely one of those cases that would make a lot of sense. I mean, teenagers going out investigating something. They were teenagers when a radio station offered a $1 million reward, and the reward was going to be so bent because it was a lot of money that teens actually spent and camped in areas around the swamp, not necessarily in the swamp, but in that region, to literally try to claim this reward, which never came to be. So it would make perfect sense if there was teenagers driving around the RA swamp back then, just to try to go ahead and capture it. But this was in the late 90s. That report of the $1 million was made in the 80s when it first came to be. So, I mean, unless it was just to keep the legend current, like the description made mention of. These next reports come from the 2000s. There's a small report with very little information, and this following other report afterwards is one that involves another car damage. A woman in 2005 in Newberry, South Carolina, reported 2 reptilian-like hominids with glowing red eyes outside her house one night, observing the perimeter. There is no further information to be disclosed about this case. However, it was said that there were at least 2 of them over 7 feet tall. In 2008, Bob and Dixie Rawson of Bishopville contacted authorities to investigate their vehicle. It was torn apart. The following images that you are seeing of the torn-up vehicle, the 2002 Dodge Grand Caravan, which included traces of blood on the front and sides of the car. The front fender had been chewed, the grille had bite marks from both sides of the wheels, and the other sides were bitten totally off with the chrome molding twisted. Boxes of newspapers and blood were reported from the scene. There was also reports that their cats had disappeared. Reportedly, the blood later had turned out to be a dog, but even a dog would need to have over 30 pounds of more muscle to tear apart this vehicle. What caused this damage to the car? What are your thoughts on this case?
We at Lowe's have united with our fellow DIYers around the country to build messages of thanks.
The 2005 report in Newberry was very limited, I think, because there was not a lot of information I had dug up on it, and I don't think it was as relevant. And for all we know, it probably wasn't a major case, but it does sound pretty interesting. You have reported 2 hominids, reptilian hominids, on the lawn, and whatever their purpose was, it's unknown, but quite frankly, it seemed like there was an observation, as the description goes ahead and says. But the following case is of Bob and Dixie Rawson's Ford Caravan, Dodge Caravan. The Grand Caravan itself was a 2002 vehicle, totally damaged. You can see that the wheels were bitten, the chrome molding was twisted, so there was a lot of damage on this vehicle reportedly. You also had cases of people, reported animals that were missing. There was reportedly cats. The story, when it originally had made the waves, there was the report that when I had first read into the Lizardman, I had also watched a Monster Quest episode on it, and they had made comments about how the incident, there was missing pets involved. Now, this is the first I've heard of it being a dog. I found this out from another resource, and whether that's true or not, I feel that if the dog was involved, that the dog may have either been attacking the kittens, or that this lizard creature had attacked the dog and that was wounded it was bleeded, it was injured, and had taken the cats. But depending on how you see it and how the DNAs came back and said it was a dog, I don't quite understand that. To me personally, I feel that there might be more to it. But there was blood found at the scene of the crime, which is different from the blood or whatever traces that were found from the '88 case with Tom and Mary, and that was a pretty big case too, because you can see in those photographs, and you can even look at the photographs again and see that there's similar damage done to the Ford, and looking at the Dodge Caravan, there's similar damages done to them. So you do have a lot of damage done to both parties in this. One thing that truly does catch me off guard, though, in the photographs is the fact that if this was done by a dog, it has to have very sharp teeth in order for that animal to literally go ahead and do that damage. And you can see how thick and deep those chew marks look. And those don't look like your average chew marks, folks. So that's something to really think about when I look at this. Then you have the case of it being that it was assumed to be the Lizardman because I guess just taken being of the creature itself. So I want to go ahead now and look at some of the discussed evidence. I think it's appropriate that we all take a look at the evidence section because there is a lot to discuss right then and there. In 2015, a woman going by the name of Sarah was leaving church when all of a sudden a mysterious hominid-like creature emerged from the woodline. Spooked and startled, she took a photograph of the mysterious creature, and this photograph details what she had seen. Upon further examination of the photograph, it's unknown what it is. Many believe it to be fake, because of how fake it looks and how blurry it's shot. Others think it's actually real, as it matches no other description, and it could be in fact the actual Lizardman. I had done some research online and looked at various reptilian Halloween costumes, and even Godzilla duplicates, and couldn't find anything that would match the image of this photograph. However, maybe because of my extensive research, there might be a photograph of something similar, and I might be wrong. I will say it does not look real, and it looks blobby, and it does not hold up enough evidence to convince me that to say it's genuine. This is, of course, my own opinion. Another piece of evidence emerged that same year involving a man who was in the Array Swamp encountering the creature and catching it on camera. The following video is taken from a man in Bishopville who reportedly caught the Lizardman on camera. The video is quick. Let me know what you guys think. In my own opinion, this video is hard to make out. There appears to be something in the background. It's too far away, and even enhanced, it moves in a certain way that's truly complicated and difficult to assume. Of course, this is just one piece of footage, and it could be something, but it's hard to make out nonetheless. The way it runs, almost human-like. Could it be a man in a suit, someone dressed all in black, far back in the background distance, not even make it seem visible? Let me know what you guys think of these pieces of evidence down below. While there is no real origin of what the Lizardman is, many assume that it could be an alien. In eyewitness reports, many of the eyewitnesses claim that they see red eyes, and the shape and design looked almost alien-like. While it can be just assumed rather a large reptilian, we shouldn't think outside the box and quickly assume that it's simply an alien. We don't even know what it is, and even if it were an alien, I would think that it would be more distinctive than how it displays itself. One particular origin, as it could be a descendant or an evolved reptilian ancestor of the Typhoon or Gorgon, both of whom were ancient monsters in Greek mythology and often been worded in various religious aspects of the Bible. The monsters of all monsters and reptilian. In many of the mythology, the Typhoon and the Gorgon were violent creatures and often had a crave for human flesh. Could the Lizardman be in fact a descendant, and one of whom that is very central to its behavioral instincts, as in that of the Gorgon or Typhoon? Many other mythical beings in the ancient mythology, from Ningiada, Sabek, and the Wajet, all of whom were also major reptilian figures in ancient times. The Lizardman appears to draw many similarities to all of the creatures mentioned, and for its taste in nature. Could this be the history geek of the Greek mythology? Another possibility is it could be the descendant of a modern-day lore, such as the kappa. The kappa is known to be a Japan river demon and said to be a cunning hominid. It has over 80 names, from the Kawapa, Guapa, and Kawaso. Kappa is considered to be a type of sujin, water deity, that inhabits the freshwater areas of Japan. According to legend, the kappa is fond of causing mischief and even harm towards humans and livestock. One can theorize that maybe the kappa and the lizardman are somewhat connected due to their nature and behavior. Though the kappa is often a violent creature and often shows generosity according to folklore, the lizardman has always been shown to be a violent hominid. Another possible creature is the Ohio Loveland frog. In the Ohio folklore, the Loveland frog, also known as the Loveland lizard, was a legendary hominid frog described as standing roughly 4 feet tall, allegedly spotted in Loveland, Ohio. According to legend, a local man reported seeing 3 frog-like men with leathery skin, webbed hands, and feet at the side of the road in 1955. And in 1972, the Loveland frog legend gained renewed attention when the Loveland police officers had sighted and killed an animal they later identified as a large iguana that was missing its tail. While both are reptilian and have an interesting display as hominids, with the latter being reportedly shot and covered up, could there be some hybrid DNA within both reptiles? When I look back at the footprints, they look almost like it's a frog's foot, a giant frog's foot, and I think to myself that maybe this thing could be a hybrid, and the Loveland frog may be a crossbred descendant, but because it's hard to get a good visual on the creature, it's hard to tell for sure. Reptiles can crossbreed, as it's been often indicated that the Honey Island swamp monster is a hybrid of an ape, reptile, and folklore. But reptiles can crossbreed, and it would make sense for them to easily spawn a new subspecies, just like a mammal could. With the origins of all of the possibilities, from the typhoon to the gorgon to the kappa to even a subspecies and descendant, possibly hybrid of the Loveland frog or any other reptilian within the South, it would make perfect sense in a way. And I mean, personally, what this creature could be, I really do not know. And like I've given my explanation on every other cryptid that I've explored and discussed, I will say this. If there is a huge, and I mean a huge, common collection of DNA, that there is some reptilian, there is more to it, I'm very open to exploring other routes and possibilities of what it could be. But personally, I don't really know what it is. There are a lot of indications that it's a typical animal with flesh and blood instincts that could be the spawn of a hybrid DNA as the result of crossbred between a reptile and a reptile, preferably lizards or turtles, and perhaps maybe the frog and a lizard itself. You hear all these reports of, especially in the Davis case, with the creature kicking its feet up in the air. It has high agility speed. If it's willing to get on top of a car and leap, in a sense, it has some sort of frog-like characteristics, I would think. But at the same time, you also don't know for sure, because for all we know, it could be something totally irrelevant and totally out of focus. But I find that even when discussing the type of discussion on the Lizardman, you really do have a lot of possibilities. And when you go back to Greek mythology, you know, we did Greek mythology with the Goatman and the Satyrs, and Greek mythology with the Typhoon and Gorgon. I mean, possibly 2 possible reptilian-like creatures descendant of the Lizardman. The Lizardman could be a descendant of those 2, and it's something to totally think about. I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying that the Loveland frog or the hybrid DNA could be that case, and for all we know, it could very well be an alien. But I would feel if it was an alien, it would display more characteristics of that of abnormal nature in terms of how aliens would act, in terms of MIBs act, in terms of how aliens act as a whole when it comes to contact with human life. Now, I'm not simply going on a tangent here and trying to get off focus, but I would feel that if this was an ET that came from a UFO and was dropped here down in Bishopville, that it would display an alien-like presence, one of supernatural ascent and one that would possibly be almost like you can be captured by a UFO and then brought back down to Earth soon later. There's a lot of huge negativity on that, and I can understand the pressure from it because of the amount of hysteria that it does possess. But at the end of the day, too, I don't think too much of it, mainly because it may or may be the case, but we don't know for sure. For all we know, this could all just be a slight possibility and just thinking outside the box. This has happened multiple times in multiple cases before. To make a long story short, though, I would think that in the closest origin, it could be a descendant of the Kappa. It looks a lot like it could be a Kappa, but I don't know. How could an animal from a country all across the ocean, right far away? Why would it possibly be that case, right? So, what do you think the Lizardman is? What do you think this creature is? With all the discussion we've done here tonight, from the narration to discussing and showcasing evidence of possible Lizardman, and I'm not just talking about the photograph and the video, I'm talking about how damaged those cars were. Those cars were pretty intense. And I was asked if that could be the Dogman, and personally, I don't think a Dogman would go take that length damage a car like that. It could do far damage. A Dogman can damage a vehicle. Why they don't do it, I don't know. There have been a few reports there and there, but I believe they damage them. I truly believe that they damage vehicles. So, yeah, I mean, that's basically the Honey Island. That is basically the Lizardman of Escape Away Swamp. There's not a lot of stories about it, but there is something that I thought was pretty cool, and that's pop culture. And pop culture for the Lizardman is great. You have books dedicated to Lizardman, and now you have a festival dedicated to Lizardman. Take a look at this. This is a festival they do every year. This is a festival dedicated to those who are in Bishopville who love to discuss the Lizardman legend. They discuss the infamous Lizardman creature that came from the swamp and go from there. It's a very well detailed and very nice little event, it looks. So if you're in the South Carolina region, or much like those who toured to go to the Mothman Festival, there's another festival you can check out, the Lizardman Festival. So feel free to take a look at that. We're going to wrap up the show tonight. It's a very short show tonight, but we wanted to go ahead and provide you guys, before we close off, with a few vignettes. But I want to go ahead and I want to make a little bit of a small dialect, and I think this is something here that would be very beneficial and important for everybody to hear. And I want everybody to hear this because I think it's appropriate that show hosts should go back and conduct and discuss with their audience, because it's appropriate and I think it's well equated. First and foremost, I just want everybody to know that the Venomous Fringe is a very, very good outlet. And I have been doing this for about 2 years now. 2 years dedicated to research and podcasting. And there have been times where, when I first started, where I was in doubt. And I know when I had done a show called Paranormal X, I spent almost about, I think, maybe a few months before, or maybe even more than that, definitely in around 4 or 5 months before I had hit about 1,000 subscribers. And even when I was at 500, it was great to have such amount of subscribers. But the sad truth is that back in the day, though, this would be more, I think, of a bigger pop interest if it was YouTube in 2010 to 2014, when there was still an early dose of creativity being processed. Nowadays, it's really hard to do a podcast, and it's really hard to put yourself out on YouTube because of the algorithm and because of the politics and everything around it. Everybody's getting demonetized, and it's a very shameful and tragic type of event, because really what we do here on the show and what we point out is something that is very of interest. And I think it's important to say that as researchers and people who maybe just watch these shows just for entertainment purposes, I don't find any of this to be entertaining in a sense of where it would be entertaining. I mean, it is great to hear for those who are just watching it just to have a scare, But for somebody who originally started that process and began to really put out the thought that these cryptids do exist, it's like a research project. And it's basically what it is research. And I don't do these shows to look for any type of fame. I don't look to do anything to make a name for myself. I'm glad that I've had 11,000 of you guys estimate. I know there's probably more than that or probably less than that who've really followed the show, but I mean, bottom line is a lot of you guys watch my show. I'm very happy that you guys would like to listen to me and consider me a watchable show because personally, I'm not too fond of my voice. I feel that I don't do a good show. I feel like I'm not doing my best in a sense. And down the road of doing a show that grows also comes some controversy. There have been some times where there seems to have been some big disagreements with how I go about a show, or there might be some people who may have had a falling out with a certain individual, whether it was a moderator or me, and have decided to take a chime back at the show and have written some hurtful comments. I'm not trying to sound too PC. I'm not trying to sound sensitive, but my point is that, you know, I'm not out to stir drama, nor am I out to go and make an extra person feel miserable. I'm not out to put out change and leave you guys hanging with a few pennies. You know, that's not my whole thing. My whole idea of what I do is I'm a show host, but more importantly, a researcher. And while I might host this show and while I might not be the best at what I do, I always try my best to deliver something that would be very well educational and very well important to that and beneficial to the field. So if you feel that I am not providing the best piece of information, or if I may have had a scruffle with you in the past, for those who I have had a scruffle with in the past, I do deeply apologize. I apologize if my administrators and moderators have perhaps maybe given you a hard time. Was it done to be bad? Was it done to be petty? No. I'm sure that there's always a fault to everyone's star in a sense. And to be quite honest with you, we're all adults. And if it was definitely that of negative offense, my dearest apologies. But I hope that following this, we can all move on and accept the fact being of those past conflicts. And for those who feel that I am not the best at what I do, I'm not trying to declare myself the best, but when it comes to explanation wise, I do deeply apologize for that. I will admit that I am somebody who does suffer from heavy hyperness. And if there are some things where I may mislead or if I go off on a tangent, it's not to be done because I want to. It's totally accidental. It's because of just how I go about it. But that's normal, and for some people who have those type of moments. So I do apologize for that. And besides also, too, I want to interact with my audience because I feel that there have been some comments I've made lately that may be misleading and sound pretty harsh. Now, I know that when I've taken a bit of a small break and I didn't upload for a couple of weeks or so, when I first took this over the summer towards the end, I realized that that was a very poor mistake of mine, that I shouldn't have done that. And I feel that I was just kind of in a very deep hole and I wasn't really thinking. So I do apologize if I kind of lost some of your respect in a sense, if I had just kind of went off the tangent and just vanished. And I know that a lot of the shows lately sound like I have been pretty depressed and sounds like I haven't really been feeling the motivation wise of the ambition. And in a sense, that's very much so the case. But also too, I feel that when I do these type of shows, I'm not trying to aim for a particular audience. I'm aiming for an audience and people who want to know more about the creatures out there in the world that we don't really know about. And in this case, I'm talking about creatures like the Jersey Devil, the Goatman, and in tonight's episode, Lizardman, because a lot of my content and roughly 80% of my shows I've done have either involved Dogman researchers, eyewitnesses, and enthusiasts, and even storytelling and relocations. And that's basically been the majority of my show. This isn't the Dogman Fringe. This isn't far from it. And it is the Venomous Fringe. And I use the venomous term because I guess you could say for a more sinister way of approach, but I also wanted to have something that'd be distinctive and totally take it back for a second. What would make cryptids and paranormal venomous in a sense? In terms of toxicity, maybe, when it comes to the type of acid they might display in their body. But I'm not trying to go out and say that this is the Dogman Fringe. This is the Venomous Fringe, a cryptids and paranormal group dedicated to both subjects. So I'm trying my biggest and hardest to try to produce other shows besides Dogman. And sometimes it could be frustrating because I really do a lot of digging to put out these type of shows. And I know not everybody has interest in it because it's not Dogman. And that's where you can determine who's your audience and who ain't your audience and who's your fan and who ain't your true fan. But I understand that completely if everybody has different preferences. I'm not going to judge that. That's not the purpose of what I'm trying to get at here. But what I'm saying is that even though that I do post other shows and different content, it can be very stressful because I do want more people to take a look at them. So folks, if you guys really do like other topics of cryptids, because there are other topics out there besides Dogman, I highly recommend you check out those type of episodes. And I do strongly apologize if there might have been some times where I may have came off sounding like, oh, there isn't enough people in the streams or anything. And that's why I also wanted to make a poll about doing live shows, because for starters, I feel that for doing a live show, you really want to engage with your audience. And you know I'm always about doing Q&As. So I always try to make sure we have a lot of people in these streams. And it makes perfect sense to do it on a weekend because everybody's off from work during the work week, and it'd be very beneficial. So with that being said, following now, here on out, Saturdays will be the live Venomous Fringe. But I wanted to take these few minutes or so to sit and talk with you guys and just explain this because I feel that you guys do deserve to hear an explanation from me if I've kind of came off a little on the offense lately or not as of the interest. And it's been asked and questioned to me even through email. So now I decided to take the cat out of the bag and explain this. And I hope this has been very understandable for you guys. I just want you guys to know that even though that I don't find myself to be one of the most relevant channels. I know that a lot of people know Josh from the Dogman Encounters, and he has a great show on the PRT, and Dee does his show with the BDRP, and he's been doing it for quite a while. We're all doing the same belief, but it's almost like we're all in competition with each other to see who can draw the shows. And I don't consider myself in it for the fame or anything. I don't consider myself nobody in a sense. And I'm not saying that to get attention. I'm being honest with everybody, what I do here and how I do the show. And I know it kind of sounds like I've spent the last 10 minutes on a tangent of poor taste going through a show not even dedicated to a video that could be explained furthermore in a separate video. But I wanted to get this out because I feel it's appropriate to say and get off my chest and to set up the trail for the following episodes down the road. So again, I don't see myself as that. I see myself more as just someone doing a show and trying to produce the best results and help educate others with what I do. I know you guys, 11K of you, really do support me, and I can't thank you guys enough. But I don't want to sound petty. I don't want to sound arrogant. And if I've ever sounded like that, I strongly do deeply apologize. I'm a show host, and I would love to interact and speak with all of you on a very professional manner. And the last thing I want to do is make you guys think different of me as some sort of you-know-what. So now that I've got that off my chest, I want to thank you guys for tuning into tonight's show and listening to me explain this all. And with that all being said, tune in Tuesday for a new episode of The Venomous Fringe. And if you guys would like to get in contact with me, you can reach me at thevenomousfringe@gmail.com. We have an email you see on screen. If you guys would like to join a few Facebook groups, these groups are dedicated to cryptid and paranormal research. The first group is the Dogman group. This is the Dogman X group. This is our discussion research group. This group is dedicated to simply just Dogman. And if you would like to join that type of group where it's research dedicated and proper and would like to take a good look at the type of social media outlets, this is your time to take a look at this group. The next group is a group that is my official Venomous Fringe group. I'm trying to get that group to grow really big in a sense, and it takes time. But if you guys can help me out here, because really this group is more of a bigger social outlet when it comes to cryptids and paranormal, where we can all interact with each other on everything from Bigfoot, Dogman, Mothman, to demons, spirits, and angels, as well as also have fun with it and make the group interesting. And that's my whole goal out of all this. So if you guys would like to check out these two groups, please check them out. There's links in the description down below, as well as if you guys would like to help support the show As I mentioned, we're not doing the YouTube partnership due to the demonetization. And if you guys can help us out, if you can support us in a way with any of that case, there's a PayPal link down below. With all that being said, my name is Chris Fringe, and thank you all for tuning into the Venomous Fringe tonight. You all have a fantastic evening.
There it is. Ooh, all right. I didn't mean to cut off Venomous Fringe that quick. I was afraid it's gonna flip over to something else. Yeah. Good night there, JBD. Okay, hope you get you some sleep, bro. Appreciate everything that you've done there tonight to help out, bro. Have a good day at work. Good Easter. I guess I'll be seeing you again there today or tonight when I do the next live. I may have to sit there, start playing some David Vingman videos. Right now it's so damn doesn't stream so long, David, that ain't really nobody watching. I've been checking the analytics there. Ooh, we got one watching. What I'm gonna do is tomorrow, David, is I'm gonna play a couple of yours to start the stream up. I'm tired. I think I'm fixing to knock this one in the head there, David. Do the editing and get it posted. I'll see if I'm gonna shut this one down and catch some sleep. Alright, yep, y'all. I'll pull some serious hours in on YouTube tonight. The streaming. Helping channels grow. I've been trying to grow. We talked. We had fun. We always have fun on here. Good to have family. Y'all get a chance there, check out David Vingman on YouTube. I'll be showing some of his stuff there tonight on my stream. Try to help him grow. I want to say thanks to Venomous Friends, all things paranormal, Leslie, Beyond the Veil, Through the Veil. It's two different paranormal groups. Holly's Lore, JBD Camo Man 73 on YouTube. Really do appreciate Ryan Trombley. David's got his link dropped there in the chat bar there. Really wish I'd give him a looking over. He's got a haunted lava lamp. I know crazy that sound, but he got a haunted lava lamp. He makes some really good videos. My goal for this weekend is to try to get to 850 subs. I'm close to it. Try to get monetized. I say about start making a little extra money for gas and start getting, I'll be able to get out and go farther and do more investigations. Plans are for going to the Clown Motel, Waverly Hills, Bobby Mackey's. I'll go out there to Benton, Arizona, where Ryan Trombley's at, do a cryptid hunt, go see if we can find a Dogman. Tombstone, Arizona. I'd love to be able to go do an investigation at Boot Hill Cemetery. But for now, I'll fix to wind this one up. Appreciate all the people that sit there that's been helping me out. All the family, subscribers, followers on Twitter. I love my family. I love my fam. Appreciate y'all so much. More you know. And I can call it a night. And we see y'all in a few.